I'm out of focus. In focus, out of focus. In focus, in focus. I'm getting too tall. Maybe I'm too tall for this shit. Maybe I just need to tilt my camera up. There we go. Oh my god, Amethyst, hello. Welcome to the fucking stream. Is that the middle? No. Middle's here. Eh. Ah. I'm comfortable. I'm now comfortable. The Red, hello, hello. And who are you, Itty KYK? Hello. Hello, hello. Alfie, hey ho. What'd you call me? Made a shout out for the great series on Unreal Engine. YouTube helped me a lot getting started with materials. Kind greetings from Germany. I'm glad that they helped. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let us begin us. Lettuce. Lettuce? Lettuce is actually very high in fat. Dust. Anybody? No. Dust. Alright. Let me just... I can never get comfortable. Can you guys never get comfortable? What is comfort? Let's turn the music down the tiniest bit. In it. Actually, how's the music volume for you guys? Music versus voice. It's good. Awesome, awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this to load. Feet. It's another foot day. You know, some people have arm day, others do leg day. We do feet day. Alright. We are in. We're in the engine. Let's go to our PP feet. Character... What do I call it? Physical feet. Never skip feet day, exactly. Otherwise you'll have like huge legs, tiny little feet. It's important to be proportioned, you know? Okay, so where were we last time? We were dicking with getting the, we're gonna take it a bit slower today, I think. We're gonna breathe and do things nicelier. What I want to do is... I think I'll kill this. I'll kill all of this. We'll do it from the ground up again. And we'll start with one leg. Blueprint bad. Yo, when you read anything on Reddit, when you enter the Unreal Engine Reddit, why is it actually not right? Because it's getting annoyed. No breakdancing today. Well, no unintended breakdancing, I think. Alright, so let's go physical constraint. Allows you to connect two rigid bodies together. You can create different types of joints using the various parameters of this component. This component is an active container mesh, then use a great. Yeah, so that's more for. So it definitely has to be a physics constraint. Let's just call this leg. We'll call it leg L. We'll start with the left leg, but we'll just do it as though it is one. And I'm going to call it leg joint L. And then we're going to go box collision. This is going to be foot. Foot L, I guess. Now this thing, I think it does have to be, yeah, parented to the capsule. But then, does that need to be joined to that? Or does it not really matter? I guess it's more just about the positioning of it. Like the relative positioning. No, I was going to do this in the center, wasn't I? What happened to the rolling ball, or are we doing feet on top of it somehow? So we're taking the same concept of, you know, like a self-balancing dude. But essentially... Probably be longer than that. But essentially turning that ball into a pair of dudes that have a bit more flexibility in terms of, like, you know, moving upstairs and that kind of stuff. You know what, we'll just go with one fella for now. And you know what, let's just make it, let's make it a big square like this. Just to, like, you know, test out what this joint is even going to do. So let's try capsule to foot L. But then let's try it both ways around, you know, and we'll lock all of our... Actually, no, you know what? Let's keep our swings free. Do you remember the stair slopes and getting the ball to stabilize? Yeah, exactly. Because the ball has like an infinitesimally small fulcrum point. Or, you know, point of contact. So it kind of... Like, in motion, it was really convincing on flat terrain, but then, yeah, as soon as we went over a bump, the character would, like, lurch forward, which isn't really what happens you know, in the real life. Jason the real life. I was looking for simulate, which that is on, but this one wasn't. So that's simulating physics. And you need collision. You should be set to lock all, I believe. Well, yeah. And what's that? A collision enable? Yeah, whatever. Cool. Now, in theory, he should be. I've lost the widget already. God damn. I also want to see this. So line thickness 5 and hidden in-game false. So with this joint, you know, I might even just Google UE5 can physics constraint attached to other constraint. Anchoring a physics constraint component to a physics simulating object, which is in turn constrained to another, you can create chains, ragdolls, multi-jointed mechanisms. Alright, so I probably do have to have a dummy. That's annoying. But probably necessary. Let's go leg joint. Let's go. What? So that is the Z. So let's go Z limited. I don't know, 50. Right, is that just... Does that go... That does go up as well. So it's just from that point. How far down and up can we go? It doesn't actually specify a... I mean, we shouldn't really need... Because it's gonna be motorized anyway. Let's just ask it to... Oh, they actually put offsets in there. Swing limits, blah, blah, blah. I'll just set them all to free, and we'll go angular. Angular slurp. 1000 force. So what I want to know is... Yeah, so if the foot is the main thing... is the primary thing, I mean... Whereas what I want is... So leg joint. So that's going from capsule to foot. Although, no, I guess it's just where the position of the joint is relative to the thing that it's conjoining. Like that. That's more what we'd be after for like the leg. Yeah. Where's the linear actuator as well? Lock, limited. Position target in the Z. 1,000 again, yeah. $2,000. 5,000. 5,000. And then if the rotation was less strong, we should see it pivoting at the hip part. Yeah. Okay, so in order to make this a two-jointed McDougally doober, we need a second static mesh or collision, which I think a sphere would be the cheapest. Which is very annoying, but it should be ankle to leg joint, foot L, and then another one of these guys here called ankle joint. And then the ankle mesh is what the well, no, actually, this should be called like the foot joint or something. Foot joint. Who up smoking they foot joint? No. Anyone? No. So I think what I'll do is I'll make a component that takes the initial, you know, full height capsule of a character, moves it and shortens it, and then adds these to where the bottom would have been. So it'll do that all automatically. So we have so capsule, leg joint, the leg joint attached to the finger bone. There we go. So yeah, the only problem is going to be this ankle joint. Can it? Well, no, it can be set to physical. So collision preset, well, custom. And then physics only and ignore all. Don't generate overlap events. Like, we essentially just want this to be like not doing anything if we don't need to. Auto weld is true. If true and is attached to a parent, the two bodies will be joined into a single rigid body. Physical settings like collision profile and body settings are determined by the root. Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter because this anyway. So then we got foot joint, which We should... Well, actually, yeah, no. The foot joint here, which then has a foot attached. Our singular foot. Should probably go, yeah, back a tiny bit. I mean, it doesn't have to, but it's probably fine. And then this should go forward. Although, if anything, that the foot hinges kind of up a bit, doesn't it? Although, no, this is simplified. It doesn't have to be anatomical. It just has to exist. Alright, so then we've got this foot joint. And that's where this has gone, yeah. So just to round it up. Right, so these positions are just basically these. Although foot joint is going from ankle L to foot L. So it's actually conjoining two dudes. You guys know how it is, conjoining two dudes. Then our foot joint L should be locked linearly. Shouldn't be moving linearly whatsoever. And then angularly, well, yeah, we just do whatever. That should be set off. That should be doing its thing. So in theory, if I set the angular motor to 0, something isn't set to simulate physics. It would be the ankle. Simulate physics. XD. Yeah, so that should be completely loosey-goose. And then oppositionally, if I said you have some motor strength, I don't know, 1,000, then we should be sitting upright. Well, if I did, you know, a tiny bit. Cool. And then it's just the leg joint that needs more strength. And then he should just be sitting upright. Is he just off balance or something? Oh yeah, actually that's the other thing. What's the weight of this? What is the mass of our feet? That's what feet people call it. Feet mass. Like when they're worshipping. Is that the terminology? Feet mass. Alright, cool. We have Guy. Do you guys remember Spy Kids? No, it wasn't Spy Kids. Wait, no, was it? Spy Kids 3D, The Guy, played by Elijah Wood. I'm the guy. Iconic. Iconic. I want to see what happens with this ankle. So is it fused? Are these welded? Like, do they just count as one dude? Like, if I set the ankle's mass to be 0. Although I guess when the mass is set to 0, it just like kind of, yeah, no, yeah, it just shits itself. It's not very happy at all. So maybe I just let it do its default mass. Just for like... Yeah. So there is auto weld, but if I go ankle L, can I just manually weld? No. Mass? Like, I can't... Maybe if I do something silly like this. Does that still work? Like, if they're joined together... Because the capsule and that, if I then join that straight to that, not to the joint. Same with like maybe if the ankle was just joined to the capsule, and the foot was just joined to the capsule. And then those thingos just do whatever. Because that should be kind of automatically splitting them. Like, kind of taking them apart from the thing. So if I just say foot is attached directly to ankle, and then ankle mass 0. No, it's still fucky, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, so capsule, attach that to that. Oh, fuck. Okay. That is attached to that. Ankle mesh to leg joint. And then foot joint to ankle. And then foot to foot joint. Just to keep a nice hierarchy. Cool. Made a great foundation for VR. Yeah, this could actually be quite good for VR. Ah, you can disable collision between bodies joined by this constraint. Parent dominates. When set, the parent body in a constraint will not be affected by the motion of the child. Maybe that's what we need the... foot to do? No. Well, yeah, I want to disable the collision anyway. Although, no, actually, if I just keep the collision... Because I work without any child-parent relationship. Yeah, that's true. It's just for organizing it. Just so it, like, looks easier. without constraint. Component name, blah, blah, blah. Capsule down to ankle R. And that's ankle R to foot R. And then leg joint L. This is, you know, that's already, yeah, cool. Wait, scaly mesh, you're there. No, you go above that. Then why is that want to be there? Can you, like, not? Can you reorder? No. Jesus. Yeah, whatever. No, what have you done now, bro? Okay, foot, leg joint L. Why is this in the middle? Ankle L, foot joint L. Okay, there we go. And then you are on that. No, you're on that. Then foot joint should be there, and then, yes, okay. That's easy to look at. We're 15, so it's right above that. Alright, if we chuck our guy down. Yep, he's quite happy. I definitely need to make these weigh a lot less. How much does a foot weigh? Can someone tell me how much their feet weigh? I'll just go 2 kilos each. It is supposed to count the leg as well, so it should probably even be a bit more. Alright, let's do some logic. Husha! What are you working on? I'm currently working on physically walking characters and creatures. For reasons that, as you know, why not? Why not, basically? Chamayal. Chayamal. Chayamal. Ellie, been working on this game. Has anyone playtested it? I've been working on this game for, like, I don't know, since I started GameDev. But I like to look at it more like an adventure. The game is working on the game, you know? But I sort of view it more as like a software toy than a game. Something a bit less structured, a bit more explorative. But yeah. Basically forever. Short version, right, okay, just, very good, very good. Let's work on... Big game studio besides work on... No, not really. I mean, I do a little bit of, like, commission work or just little odd jobs. But aside from that, I sell my plugin, the Prismatiscape plugin, on the marketplace, and just make YouTubes. And that's all I do. That's all I do. I just doodle around. Should probably turn this into a component sooner rather than later, shouldn't I? Alright, let's just see. On begin play, function, initialize, physical feet. It's Org. It do be him. It is he. Let's get the owner. Oh, how do I get owner? Get owner. How's it going, Org? Did you notice that I followed you last night? I did a little... I was saying at the end of last stream, like I was looking for someone to raid, and I was like, oh, I haven't raided Org in ages. And then I was talking about how, like, when you like talk in someone's stream, like repeatedly, but like you haven't followed them, but you don't want to bring attention to the fact that you're only just following them. And so you think like, all right, well, when they go offline, then I'll follow them so that they don't notice that I just followed them. But then you forget, because when they're not online, you just, you know, you've got other things going on, you just forget. And then every time I've seen you online for the past year, I've been like, oh, I need to follow Org when he's not online. But I just did it last night. I was like, is Org in the chat? If so, you know, and then told that story. But then you didn't answer, so I figured it was a safe time to follow you. But then I just told you anyway, so, you know. Alright, let's get the capsule collision. And that should be the... yeah, it returns the first one. Yep. Capsule collision, get half height. Yeah. Scale. Set height. set capsule half height to be the previous half height multiplied by... What are we doing? We're doing like one, you know, it would... Yeah. It's ugly though. Maybe we'll do 60. What's our test guy? Here's progress with PP feet. I just started again from scratch after yesterday's little doodle around. But so wait, it's usually 88, isn't it? No, what's 172 divided by 2? It's 86, and half of that is 43, which is way too small. 86 multiplied by 0.6 recurring is... What about by 0.7? Don't know how low I want this to go. Because when a character crouches, their heels essentially touch their butt. But should I be scaling this when they, you know? I probably should be dynamically adjusting the height so that the, you know, so that like there's always collision at the feet of the character. Because like, what if there's like something that they can just phase through because it's like at shin level? I fucking hate the... I mean, I'll be dynamically adjusting the position of the mesh anyway. Because if this rotates like that, then the mesh kind of moves out that way. Which I don't want. Yeah, whatever. So we also want to get the owner. We want to add component by class. The class is box collision. Can you set the name? Set component name? Set. The fuck is it called? How do you name variable name? It should just be a set name. Name of the hierarchy. Yeah. Well, no, I guess it doesn't matter, because that's literally just this. Oh shit, how do I want to do this? Do I want to just do separate cases for... Or do I want to do a list of... You know what, for now... We'll just do it like this. Yeah, so I haven't, like... Unrealed in ages. So I'm gonna be asking a lot of really dumb questions. You know, I'll probably just store a link to that. Yeah, it is. Right, and then manual attachment. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Let's get the half height and... Presuming the capsule is the dude. The relative transform... should be Actually, isn't there just a negate node? Yeah. Oh, no, that's gay as. Let's do Z. Negative Z, negative Z. By the half height before it gets set to something else. And then the left and right, we want to get the capsule radius. No, get capsule radius. Get capsule radius. Get scale by the component scale. Yeah. And then the radius, we want to move it in X. For the right one, it's positive. The left one, it's... No, that's wrong. It's the joint. Right, positive 15, negative 15. Positive 15, negative 15. Serious question, how do you keep motivated as a solo dev and how to keep consistency after small goals? I am probably the worst person to ask about that, because I'm renowned for going on random hiatus for like months at a time. I think the key, I think a good idea is to stream. Streaming is quite motivating. I mean, it kind of depends on what's kind of setting you back, you know? Is it like when you sit down and you're like working on something and you kind of like tire out and, you know, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna like take a break, and then you just never come back from taking a break? Or is it more like getting started? Like, you know, you'd rather just play video games instead? Or yeah, it varies from person to person, depending on what the kind of blockers are. Don't rely on motivation. Motivation appears due to movement. Gotta move it. Yeah, that is true. More after saying the MVP of the game, I'm just going to create music forever. I mean, yeah, it kind of... I don't know. I always find myself, yeah, getting, like, drawn towards different aspects all the time. So, like, I'm always doing something. I guess the difference with me is that I'm not trying to, like... I'm not in a rush to finish anything. Alright, what are you doing? You just have to push it. Okay. Just a stool. What? What do you mean you can't open the jar? Have you opened the sticker? Right.
Yeah, I opened the other two, but...
That was so... What do you mean? Jesus. Need to work on that grip strength. Work on those grippers. This is what I've been reduced to, guys. All I do is put shelves up and open jars all day. I can't even spell foot. Four. Oh yeah, the right four. Made you look strong on stream, don't complain. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. So I did the leg joint is centered, and then it goes down to the ankle, which is... That's directly under, right? No, it goes back slightly. But the positioning back and forth will be different depending on the size of the character. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Unless I just make the feet, no, not that. Unless I just make them like here. No, it doesn't really make it depends on the character, kind of, doesn't it? Maybe I should just be looking at the mesh and look for the foot bone, and then do it from the foot bone. Although this is supposed to be like purely mechanical. So maybe I don't want to do it based on the mesh's position. Also, that would have to be like pre-pose, which is kind of hard to dick with, so. Yeah, whatever. So that's 0, 0, 0. If I go leg joint L and go location world, then that's not at 0 though. Or is it? No, it's not. It's definitely not. Absolute from what though? whatever. And then ankle is down here, which is, yeah, directly above the thingo joint. So that's that's down by the half height. And then the Y is the outwardness. It's relative transfer. Maybe I should, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just do it in the order that they'd actually get thingoed, right? So first we'd be like, okay, add component physics constraint component. Bam bam. Then we can say relative transform. Split this bad boy out. Do this guy. So this will be right leg, which is, sorry, right leg joint R. Ooh. So it's going to be essentially, well, where's 0? That's here. That's the middle of the capsule. But it's only the middle of the capsule because this one isn't thingamajigoed, right? So if this was the actual height, 172 divided by 2, and then if the mesh and everything else was moved up to where it should be, ish. Yeah, we get it. All right. And then joint. So that ends up being, well, that should be at 0. The pelvis is pretty much halfway down the dude. So then this should be another halfway down. So that should be 172 divided by 2. So minus 86. That. Right, so then that'll, and then plus the fucking thickness of the foot, which is like 6, so plus 3. Plus 3. Oh, that was plus 2. Plus 1. Yeah. It should be plus more. Plus another 3. No, because it's the height of the box. Why consider it's a trial that can work any place where in high. Yeah, I know. It's just to be able to set the relative location easier for the initial setup. Quick update: physical material mask still doesn't work in 5.7. Only if you apply mask material directly, not material instance. Yeah, I think physical material mask stuff is just... Honestly, ever since I first looked into it, it's been broken. And I've always just reverted to doing, you know, like any other kind of method. Like a UV mask. UV mask or like vertex color reading or that kind of thing. I know the physical material stuff works for landscape layers, but otherwise it's just balked. Like using the phys material mask thing. Quick question about RVT. Do they only work with landscape? Kinda. For example, mesh blending. Are you able to blend something with the ceiling? Or only in top-down projection? By default, the... You know what? Let me have a quick look. Can you rotate the RVT volume? Does this have bounds? Well, look, whatever it is. Oh, okay. You could do a ceiling if you had your RVT volume and you turned it upside down. I'm pretty sure then the scene capture would... Because all the RVT does is... It's like a scene capture, so it's like a separate camera that's just lays dormant, you know, all the time. And it's orthographic. And then it just has a show list. So anything that's set to draw to the RVT is in its show list, and whenever that thing gets moved or the material gets updated or anything that dirties an RVT, it'll just set up the scene, take a quick snapshot, and put that on the RVT. And then you can just read from that like a texture in other things. So, yeah. Triplanar RVT wouldn't really work because let's say I've got this ball and it's like, okay, from the top down, yep, that all works nicely. And then if I wanted to take a snapshot from the side, there might be something like obscuring it that also needs to draw to the RVT, if that makes sense. So it depends what you need to do, or like what effect you're going for. If it's just to like blend a thing into a thing, you could look at like using distance fields to like dither the edges so that it kind of blends in, or pixel depth offset with a dither effect to blend it in. Or you could like if you know, let's say I've got like a landscape or like, I don't know, a concrete floor, and that concrete floor is, you know, projected from above, so it's like a world space texture. You could set up that same logic in the thing that you need to blend into it. So if this was like a concrete thing, but I had like a big noise map that made it like, you know, mossy over here and like stony over here, and then I wanted these to blend into that, knowing that these specific objects were going to blend into this specific surface, you could just copy, you know, essentially that big chunk of the shader that does the concrete ground with all the variation and stuff, and just run that separately, you know, coincidentally in this objects shader, and then blend it, you know, using a Z mask or vertex paint or whatever, or distance fields. Yo, Roboticide. How's it going? Thanks so much for the raid. Oh, thank you very much. What were you up to? What were you doing? Also crafted with the 3-stream streak. Holy mole. That means you were here in my last stream, like my stream before hiatus. A lot of refactoring? Hell yeah. That's what we like to hear. Are we somewhat finished by now? Yeah. It happens. It happens. Oh yeah, true, the renovation stream. That's true. This doesn't tell us what to attach, what it attaches to, though, does it? So then doing these relative transform locations isn't really gonna work. Because, yeah, I'll have to attach it. Attach? Attach component to component. Ugh, this is annoying, but I guess it's necessary. Yesterday I missed the answer. When will you create Steam page? I will when there is something to show, basically. I'm not really in a rush to make a Steam page. Yeah. If you used PCG, your house would be done months ago. Yeah, I should have just programmed a house building robot. Would have been more efficient. If I scale this down and then try and move it up, it's like, what's the... Hey, Amethyst, could you turn the TV down a little bit? I can hear myself. It's weird. Yeah, could you turn the TV down a little? Well, I can hear myself. It's odd. Huh? Ah, okay. I guess because these will all be parented, then they'll move. It'll be easier to move them, I guess. House renovation going good, Basieta. It's livable. I can live, hence why I've started streaming again. It is livable. Okay, manual thing, physics constraint component, location rule. Ugh, this is just... No, we should be able to just know where they're supposed to go and then not fuck it up. You know what? No attaching. Attaching is banned. So this one here, yeah, this one is get the capsule radius. No, break. Split. No, but it's relative. Yeah, so that's relative from the dude. Oh, I hate having to make everything like... I hate having to program stuff properly, you know? How are boy cat and girl cat? Girl cat is here. Same with lady cat. Boy cat we left at the farm. Because he's a much more... He's happier without the other cats. So he lives with my parents and brother and other family. Just eating mice all day. And then the two girls are very happy without him. Because he was a little shit. In like a nice way. Well, no, I don't know. He was a little menace. Is all I can say. Can boy come eat the mice that are eating my vegetables? I mean, he probably would. He would clean it up big time. Right, so these have to get done at the end. Once there is components to constrain. So that's the foot, that's the ankle. Radius was like 5 or something. The radius should be whatever the extent of the box is. Set extent. A box extent is like if the Z extent is 5, then it's 10 high, right? I don't know, I'll just copy this. Box extent, copy. Based, oh my god. Alright, it was 15, 6, 3, right? 15, 6, 3. Good. We're doing now physical feat. Yes, I'm doing, you know how I had the balls? The characters on balls? I'm now doing characters on feet, basically. Yeah, that's only 6 units, right? How's everything going? It's going well. Everything is going well. I'm chillin'. I do be chillin', which is good. So that's 1/3. 1/3 of the box extend forward. I also have to set the... the collision stuff. Set collision enabled. Set it to physics only. Then also set collision response to all channels to be ignore. So it simulates, but it ignores everything, because this is just a dummy object for the two things to attach to. I should probably also set the mass. Nah, Siebes. Siebes. So the thing, and then it is going... So then for the feet are the same position, but then they're also forward 5 units, was it? So 0 would be there. So wait, the leg joint is from here, then the ankle is directly below that. Yes. Ankle's there. And then the foot is 1/3 extent forward. Using mover or completely custom movement? Completely custom. Completely custom and physical. Maybe testing physics before with dozens of characters. How many characters you're aiming to have at the same time now that you're giving more depth to it? A good question. As many as possible, basically. But I may kind of scale the complexity down for, like, some characters. Like, you know, the further they... If they're off-screen, they probably don't need to be fully physicsed. But I think the player character at all times should be. I also need to set simulate to true. What's the essence of this physics prediction tracing? How's it functioning? The essence of it is essentially self-balancing. Self-balancing character. You know, for GTA 5, GTA 4 style character physics, it was too much for me that game. I don't think the characters were physical in that game until they got hit by something, like shot or... I think otherwise it was just root motion, locomotion. Which I think root motion, yeah, or drunk, yeah. Root motion, it's same with like in Red Dead 2, where like the animation supersedes the movement. Whereas this is, I'll show you like the ball demo. This is supposed to be like physical, but still snappy. So like, you know. Like, there's still a bit of inertia. Let me just move off this platform. And obviously this can be tweaked to be, like, faster and whatnot. But yeah, this is, like, movement first, and then the animation just follows on top. So the animation doesn't actually have any bearing on the character movement. But the point of it is that, yeah, we can do, like, physical movement and all that kind of stuff. Like, we can actually tether characters to things and have them physically be... like, we can tether characters together, even. And, you know, all the physics works out. Whereas if you start mixing character... what do you call it? If you start mixing characters, you know, kinematic character movement with physics, then there's just, like, heaps of, like, you know, workarounds and all that kind of stuff, which is, like, super lame. And, you know, everything, every kind of mechanic that you add on top of that is, like, a band-aid solution. So, you know, like, the fact that, if I... like, the fact that that happens is just emergent from the physics. I can push it, use my stick. My pushing stick. Okay, that's probably a bit heavy. Oop. Yeah, and, like, having... like, dragging this, but then dragging it into a character, and then that... you know, those forces multiplying together. Like, you wouldn't be able to do that with just kinematic character movement. So, that's kind of the gist of it, is that the characters have a physical representation in the world that they can, you know, and then there's not ABP, animation blueprint. Well, we use an animation blueprint to do the animations. But the actual character, the representation of the character goes beyond just a capsule that we say, get the location of the capsule, what's the velocity supposed to be? Okay, set the location of the capsule to be there. It's like we're running all the movement in the physics engine using physics and stuff. Which I believe to be worth it. It's also like the regular character movement component is pretty, like, hefty, right? Because it all runs in the game thread. And it has to do, like, a billion different traces to be like, am I on a thing? And, like, is there a physically simulated object? And if so, should I move out of the way? Or should it just, like, doink off me? And it's like, you know, am I falling? Is there something below me? Whereas with this, a lot of, like, the actual movement of the character is offset into the physics engine, which, you know, gets updated as like a ECS kind of, you know, like parallel bullshit and whatnot. So the fact that we're doing a bunch of extra logic gets offset by, you know, the physics engine eating some of the cost. In theory. In theory. So this is the ankle relative from the capsule determined by the thing and the thing. Cool, so that's them, and then we just need to do the joints. Which, do I have the thing anywhere? Add physics constraint component. Since it's over 20 years old, she'll be deprecated as soon as anyone publisher move it to set up their right. Yeah. It is. There's so much like vestigial stuff in the engine, right? Like, let's attach component to ankle R. Oh. Like, even just like there's an inbuilt engine definition of like damage, you know? Like, should this physics object wake upon damage? And it's like what is damage? Like, I'm not using your damage system because it doesn't apply. I don't know. There's just heaps of like fucky stuff like that where it's like, okay, yeah, I get it for Unreal Tournament. You know, yeah, cool, makes sense. I mean, even in that thing, it should, I don't know. It's just... Linear position target linear velocity x limit. Well, no, does that? Constraint type limited. Limit size. How big is half our capsule again? Or do I even need a limit? Should I just make it free and the motor? The leg motor. No, it should be. It's one thing I hate about the fucking fucko thing. It's like, oh yeah, the linear leg joint. It's like, oh yeah, we can give it a linear limit. Linear limit, wow. But then there's no linear limit offset. It's just like, oh, we can move it 10 units up or down. It's like, well, no, I kind of just want it to go from like here up or down, but not beyond. Does that mean I have to start, you know, the ankle like up here and then put it out to the extent of the thing so that it never fucks up? The other option would be to, yeah, just limit it with the motor. Like, you know, with distance. Which maybe I'll just go for that. Hoping there's going to be something called mesh terrain, which is like landscape, and not just height maps, like actual 3D deformation. Very interesting how it would work. Yeah. I'm guessing it just generates like a, you know, like a grid of just meshes. So yeah, you can do it like 3D, and like, essentially like if you were modeling in Blender, you can like pull things up and then twist them over and that kind of thing. But then it's also like, well, no, yeah, I guess you can just map the landscape layers onto that pretty easily. Because it would just be a texture. But they'd have to be like triplanar mapped or something. Putting this in first approach, a character movement, make it hard to make characters do things like ride horses or getting out of contraptions, wagons, cars. We can kind of cheat in some of those cases, but we can also get the physics to mirror root motion stuff. But yeah, once they're on a horse, we'll just attach their butt to the saddle. You know, with a physics handle or something that can break if they get knocked off. But they'll still be trying to balance themselves, but we'll probably just disable the feet. You know, from doing anything, and just have their butt on the saddle. Just kind of trying to stay on it. But then, because they will be attached to the saddle, and the, you know, the horse or the creature will also be physically simulated, then it'll all work out. Using any cloth simulation or fake everything like that with WP? I use bones. I use bones to do all my clothing stuff. Just because, like, with with most secondary motion, you know, stuff, you can set like hard limits, which just prevents clipping entirely, and it's like a bazillion times cheaper. It's more like authorable. You know, you can like hand animate on top of secondary motion. Yeah, just bones. Bones for all. So like, for example, a you know, a sleeve on a character, I would have a bone here, like from the elbow here, like one on each, you know, up, back, left, right, whatever. 4 bones. And then the sleeve of the character, if I wanted it to jiggle, you know, I'd just wait to that. And then, yeah, when they like this, then one would sag down and that kind of thing. Same with, like, you know, lower body clothes. The benefit of doing it with bones is that if you're doing modular characters and you're using bones, you can just do, like, the same... They can all be rigged to the same bones. If you do, like, a kind of coarse... like, bone-based approach like that. Same with, like, hair. For hair, I do, like, one sticking out the top, like an antenna. Just for, like, the top of, you know, big things. And then 3 chains at the back. So, you know, back, left, back, right, back, middle. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, down to, like, the back. And then any hairstyle will just get mapped to those bones. You know, if applicable. And then, yeah, some on the sides and some at the front. And that way it's all... You know, they can all share a skeleton. And you don't have to, like, dick around with, like, trying to merge characters together. Or, like, you know, pieces of a character together that some have cloth simulation and some don't. And some do this. And, yeah, it's just way cheaper to do bones. So I'm a big bone fan. I need a pee. I've had too much coffee, so BRB. Sorry for the jump scare. I was just doing the I was just moving my BRB to the top of my list because I've made the menu so small. You made Doctor Strange cape animation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically any clothing. Like, yeah, I like to keep my characters with like a generic skeleton that has all of the, you know, just some generic, you know, shoulder dangly bits. And like sleeve dangly bits and the shin, thigh, and then one that goes from the thigh danglers down for like dresses. That's separate to the, you know, the shin wobbles. And then you can do like a stomach jiggle and all that kind of stuff. Is Fab down for you guys? I don't know. I haven't looked at Fab. Actually, you know, I'll look later. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. True. Very, very true. Alright, leg joint R. We also need to set the position of leg joint R. Probably after I set the constraint component. Because does it automatically attach itself to that position? Set position. Add local. Set constraint reference position. What the fuck? Oh, wait, that's frame 1, as in position 1. Reference frame 1. Right? Like here. Position 1. Set its active local pose, otherwise it changes. Oh, there's an init constraint? No. Okay. So yeah, it should just be... let's go locked for now. To make sure it actually works. And then the ankle joint one is just... No, it's called foot joint. There we go. And so that just gets done at, I guess, the position of foot R, right? Get location. But is it work? No, it's get relative location, isn't it? I also want this foot joint, foot mesh. Hidden in game. Set hidden in game to no. And also set line thickness to 5. And we'll just see if that does it. So if I... Let's just make a duplicate of this guy. Duplicate. But we delete the feet. Delito the Fito. Yeah. Yeah. So now we have just, you know, a regular character looking dude. And if I put him in the world, he looks like just a character. And then I hit simulate. Did we get a foot? Well, to be fair, I didn't add the component. So add feet. PP feet base. Which is, yeah, just there. So now that should put a foot. Ah, he's been yoting. Why did he yote? Right, because the foot is colliding with the capsule. So I probably do need to adjust the capsule size. Firstly. But then it has to move up, you know? Because we're getting this. Maybe okay, you know what? Maybe I'll get these. And we will have a local variable. Called initial capsule radius. And initial capsule half height. The capital H. So then we'll use them here. And then we can, now that we know the heights and shit, then we can set the half height. To be, what was it, 2/3 of the thing? I mean, realistically, it should be half and go to here, but then I was saying, like, the... down here, it gets annoying. I can set its center of mass manually, can't I, though? So if I've now scaled this down by that amount, then how much do I need to move everything else down? It would be by half of the amount that I've scaled it down by, which is 1/3 of this. Well, multiplied by 1/3, halved. Because I can't really set its relative location. Because, like, if I just said, oh yeah, do that up by, what was it, like, whatever the fuck this is. That'll move everything else with it, which isn't what I want, really. He's still getting yeeted. Why is he getting yeeted so hard? Let me just disable that. What the fuck? Carry the capsule with angle R. Maybe I should just attach them for, like, just the sake of thingoing. Which would mean I would need to do the joint earlier. But then constrain it later. After I've set all the positions. What is this Dracula core music? It's just RuneScape. It's always RuneScape. Add physics constraint component. We have the capsule. And then manual attachment. Or can we, like, add component? No. So then we'll just go, yeah, leg joint attach. Component to component. We're going to attach U to capsule. Where the fuck am I? There it is. Attach U to character capsule. Location. Location snap to target. So it inherits the previous, or, you know, the thing. Then set relative. Location. We don't need to worry about rotations for now. New location. Break. Oh, fuck you. Break that open. So the new relative location is... Well, we don't have to do that with the capsule. So we set the capsule to be, well, it was this, and now it's like, ooh, but then we want everything to be a bit further down by this amount. Offset from blah 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 blah, add physics constraint component, attach it to that component, then add relative or set relative location to be initial capsule radius to the side. And then the Z location is the initial half height plus the additional offset. And then inverted. And then we would just do, yeah, add the sphere collision, the relative transform. We just leave all that shit for now. And we have the ankle mesh. Set the sphere radius. Well, we'll do all of that shit first. And then, I guess, attach it at that point. He's back. I'm back. Hello. Snap to target. Snap to target. The parent is going to be the leg joint. No, actually, wait. This is the ankle, yeah, mesh. So we'll attach that to the leg joint, and then how far down? Oh, yeah, no, that's right. The leg joint is at just the offset. And negative. That should be negative. Bam. So that is where it goes. Then this gets attached to that. Snap to target. But then we set its location. Set relative location. And that gets set to whatever the length of the feet are. Which should be the initial half height. But inverted. And that should be directly beneath that guy. Then we set all of its shit. Then we add... I guess at that point, then we add the foot joint. So that should be going here first. Yeah, this guy, foot joint, manual attachment, then we attach component to component. This then goes snap the target, snap the target. The parent is this guy, ankle R. Get snapped to it, we weld it. Don't fucking have to, but whatever. Then nothing has to happen there. Then we just add the foot collision. Let any story to your game or just be very sandbox to dig around? There'll be elements of both. So like there will be like a I don't know if it's necessarily like a story, but there will be like a setting, you know? Like there'll be factions and like, you know, a kind of like a starting condition, you could say. But then from that point on, like there'll be drivers. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but Kenji vibes, exactly. The foot is attached to the foot joint. Oh, right, that should be 0, and then should set that manually. Keeps current relative transform as the relative transform to the new parent. Maybe that's what I want to do instead of then setting it afterwards. Because I could just do relative transform and then keep the relative transform. And I wouldn't have to put this one in. Okay, we'll see what happens. I'll just go snap the target, then move it. So then after that's done, we do a little nested fella. And then this goes to get the two constraints, leg joint, foot joint. Set constraint components. So leg joint goes from capsule to ankle, and then this one goes from ankle to foot. Cool. Although, yeah, I need to set the mesh to be... You know what, I can just do that. We'll just go owning actor. Just get component by class mesh. Or, I guess, skeletal mesh. And then just set relative location. Oh no, I guess probably add offset in Z by this amount. Should probably be the other way around. Oh no, it is. Yeah. Because yeah, if this gets thinner, then we do want to move the character down by half the amount that it got thinner by. If that was like negative 200, would that actually do anything? Like, is it even getting... It is, okay. Okay, so it's placing it right, and it's scaled this down, but we're not doing the offset somehow. Is it supposed to be double that? Like the full amount that it got smaller? Oh yeah, no, it would be. That's better. Perfect. Perfect. Are the velour drops now? True. True. You know what's so good about this house? About the new house? Ceiling fans. Oh, what a luxury. So luxurious. Ceiling fans. So good. And, even better, they're ceiling fans that can run backwards. For winter. It's like so good. Like it'll keep it like essentially sucks air upwards to move the hot air around the room without actually directly like cooling you down by moving wind across you. So like I've got like a tiny little heater on, but it's like it's actually heating up the room because the air's moving around. It's whoever thought of that is a genius. Zero is no limit, yeah. You know, American houses are made of paper, so they can't handle the torque of a ceiling fan, I guess? True. Poor America. So there's a position drive. Wait, position drive. Oh, weather drive of the Z axis should be enabled. Right. Right. Yeah. Oh, I hate all this setup stuff. It's so much easier when it's just on an actor and you don't have to, like, componentize it. Elmarath, hello, hello! It's nice to be back. Currently working on some very silly stuff. So that's enabled driving of the Z, but then I have to actually do linear Z. Do I have to do the limit? Yeah, true. Well, it is locked by default, so just linear limit Z. Constraint type free. Limit size 0. I'd probably want to genericize this into, like, set up leg chain. So then for something that has more than 2 legs, it's, you know, almost just like... I don't even know how I'd fucking do it. For doubling my first plugin to Fab, got any advice? I don't know. Good luck. Make sure it explains what it doesn't do. make sure you explain what the plugin doesn't do. It's almost more important to explain what a plugin doesn't do than it is to explain what it does do. Because you will save yourself a lot of headache of people asking, like, can I use this plugin to simulate gastrointestinal movement? And it's like, bro, no. Like, I listed all the features, you know? I listed all the features, and yeah. Just, it only does what I've listed. Where is my leg joint, ankle, blah, blah, foot joint, foot mesh, attach the component, new location, set the extent, set it to block all. There we go. Does that have a realistic digestion system without no doubt? I mean, honestly, yes. But I'm not gonna, like, fluid simulate, you know? Really little how the plugin's not drag and drop? Yeah. Yeah, be prepared to get a lot of, like, confused people that don't really read docs. How's that happening? Shouldn't the leg be... leg joint? Leg joint? Oh, wait, what have I done here? That should be... ankle joint. Leg joint, leg joint, leg joint. That should be... foot joint. Cool. Perfect. Can Bruce Manscaped cut my grass? No. Although I will be doing... Fuck, there's so many systems that I'm gonna be building. But basically a system, right? That's kind of like... Gonna cut our grass? No, we need something... we need a whippersnipper. Or what do they call whippersnippers? Outside of Australia? Weed whacker? You know, I wanna Google whippersnipper. I wonder if that is an Australian. What is a whippersnipper? No, that's a whippersnapper, AI. Do other countries say whippersnipper, or is that just an Aussie thing? It's called a weed whacker here. Bought myself a new weed wanker. A weed eater? Weed whacker? Yeah, whippersnipper. Horny stoners be like weed wanker. The bush jorker. Weed eater, weed whacker in the US. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Damn, that's a long chain of shit, and then I have to do that for each leg. You know? I think I can clean it up by doing this, though. If I just split this... Yeah, still needs to attach them, but just keep relative. So let's see, that should still work. Yeah, perfect. You gotta just make that a function, input the component, so don't repeat a lot of code. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Although... Well, I'm in a component, but this component is managing other components. Or it's creating and, you know, managing them. But I could... I mean, I was thinking, like... I don't know, maybe I'd put them in an array. Like all of the... you know, leg joint, ankle joint. I mean, each leg is comprised of a leg joint, the ankle dummy, the foot joint, and then the foot. And that'll be the same for every leg. So I was thinking, like, why don't I do an array of feet? Foot array, an ankle array, and joint array. And then just get 1 and 2. And then for, like, a horse, it would be get 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, front left, front right, back left, back right. And to be able to operate on them like that. Because that would genericize it, rather than having, you know, a foot left and a foot right, and then for a horse I have to do, well, now we've got foot back left and foot back right, which are like additional things. But, I don't know, maybe I'll move to that. After. Right, so now, sphere collision, you get moved back. But yeah, I might move like the individual parts of this to be like, oh, add the foot and add the ankle. But for now, it doesn't matter too much. I'll just put a comment around them. Foot me. And then we just do this whole thing again, but with the left foot. Struct. Yeah, I could do a struct for each. Well, yeah, maybe like an array of structs, and those structs have leg joint, ankle joint, you know, the different components in the struct, and then I can have X amount of those things. Because, yeah, I want to make it possible to do, like, you know, 2 legs, 4 legs, 6 legs, 8 legs, all properly. By just defining, like, yeah, some... Because usually, like, a gate, right, is a bunch of legs doing the same repeated motion, but offset from one another. Like, on humans, it's offset by half a stride. You know, they just repeat the same motion, but offset by half the stride length. And then for, like, a quadruped walking, it's the exact same, but offset by a quarter. So it would be front right, back left, front right. Trying to look at horse walking reference. Three legs you could do, yeah. If you offset, if they had like a front leg. Okay, here's like a reference. So you can see that, like, yeah, each stride Like, can you do frame by frame in YouTube? Is it like the... Or is it like Control... Shift Alt? No? Ah, comma and dot. Yeah, okay. And this is how all quadrupeds walk. So... we have the front one. So front right plant. Then front or back right or back left plants. Then front left plants. And then back right plants. And it's all exactly, yeah, like a quarter offset. And then you can see the body gets offset, you know, because each of them, you know what I mean? Which, yeah, for quadrupeds, the way that I'll be simulating them is literally like the character capsule will be this, rather than the, you know, the old fucked up way of doing quadrupeds with capsule movement. Oh no! It's a nice little reference. Animan 1999. Being you live in Australia, if I'm not wrong, making physical accurate giant spider is a crime. Look, I'll have a lot of reference, that's for sure. Not change node. There it is. Let's go with that. Well, you know, I'll just do that. What do you mean there's already a foot L? Oh, true. It's all out there. Can I reorder these, or are they... Okay, cool. Wait, fuck it. You know, it doesn't matter. Ankle L. No, foot L. We're taking the foot L. And then foot joint. What is for a joint? It's foot. Foot joint L. You dumbass. What the fuck? Why did it appear on his head? Bruh. Oh, no, I know why. Because this is supposed to be that. It was... this one that I needed to negate. Which, like, the offsets and stuff I'll do when I generate them down the line. Butter! Remember your Big Sail Wind Sim? Can I ask how you were reading terrain data? What was your terrain setup, custom meshes, or was landscape supported? It did both. It did meshes and landscape combined. Because I think what I was doing was I was populating an array, like a 2D array, using line traces. So I'd do it offline, or, you know, you'd basically do a line trace for each cell, or multiple line traces and get the average of it, and the normal average. And then I would pass that in to a render target called landscape height render target, or landscape data render target. And then that would get read in the grid 3D. We'd essentially turn the 2D height map into a 3D, like, cellular kind of thingamajig, so that the wind could move around the terrain and all that stuff. So it could do meshes and landscape, because it was just doing line traces. But it only had to do the line traces once. Although it would be pretty easy to do if you change something, like put another mountain in, or a volcano erupted and changed the landscape. Then you could just refresh those tiles, update that in the terrain height map thing, and then force a refresh on the 3D data. Anyway, at all times. Yeah, that's very true. And the thing about, like, the idea behind this is that I can use animations. I can use animations to get the gates, you know. Like, I'll use animations to derive the gate at different speeds, and then use the gate to then drive the animation, you know. So the animation doesn't directly affect the collision of the walking, but it does inform it. Yeah, I had to do this. Ankle L. Leg joint L. Why did I do separate things for foot joint L? Foot L. Ankle L. Cool, alright, so these should both hold our character up now. Cool. And then if I told the feet, you know, don't be very strong, feet. You can only do 100 strength. Then the feet should, well, the character was a bit rotated. Get rotated, idiot. Then, yeah, the feet should not hold up. cool. But then if they're at 10,000... then they hold up. And then if I took the leg joint and just made that... sorry, that's linear drive params. I want the angular drive params. You are that, and you are that. So now he should, like, bend at the hips. Yeah. I should also set the center of mass of the character capsule after I've set the half height and shit. In Naruto, I was going to learn shaders from you. I need your support on Niagara. I have 2 videos like in the backlog about Niagara Grid 2D, which I think Amethyst has edited one of them fully, but I'll need to, like, you know, watch over it, see if it still makes sense. And then I might just re-record the one that I did after that, using it as a basis, just so it's more up to date. Character capsule set. Center of mass. Center of mass offset. So if our thing got shorter by 2/3, sorry, got shorter by 1/3, then the center of mass would have moved up 1. No, would have moved up a half of a third. So if I do this divided by 2, that is your thing. And I'll just chuck that in for now. And then we'll just on tick. On dick. Why? No, you. What the fuck? You go to the side. That's better. On tick. Get capsule. Get center of mass. That's in world space. Draw. Debug. I don't know. Debug. Sphere. Yeah. Is that... No, that should be... Maybe it does need to get offset by the full thing? To be at the pelvis? Yeah, yeah. Cool. That's right. Well, actually, let's do that to 1,000. So that should have more spring now. And then this should essentially make him lose balance and fall over at the hips, which is the main test. Yeah. Like if that was set to 0, he would just fold in half. Is that just because he's balanced, or? No, wrong button. What's the shortcut for simulate? He should just be falling over, but it seems like... You know, that's correct. No, wrong freaking button. Is it K to simulate? No. Control K? No. Why isn't the capsule kind of like falling? I guess because its center of mass is at the pivot point exactly. Alt S. Okay. Yeah, Alt simulate. Let's not do the center of mass offset then. Because that would then, yeah, do some funky shit. But is that... I guess that's not really accurate, though. That's kind of the whole point of the human being like that, is that the... is that the hinge is at the center of gravity, which means that... Yeah. So I guess that makes sense. Although the center of gravity is just above the pelvis, so maybe I'll go divide by... well... 5.8 or something. Alright, let's see. Position strength. 1000. Cool. Alright, I will BRB. I swear I had like a 3-minute ad thing. Let me go to Twitch. Where the hell did that go? So I have to like add it back to my thing every time. Alright. BRB. Hello, I'm back. I am back. Fugissimo. Do a video about where I've been all this time. I've been renovating my house. My newly purchased housing. Ooh. Because it was a... It wasn't too bad. I like overhype it as like, oh, it was a crack den or whatever. But like, it was relatively like livable. Just that I wouldn't want to live there. All right, we have man balance thing. Let's maybe, pardon me, radius 10, thickness 5 seconds. Being Hero 2026 is a great achievement. Yeah, look, it's pretty dire. Is that supposed to, it's supposed to be like that, isn't it? Yeah. But luckily I just saved up money for like 15 years for the bare minimum to, you know, own a house. Because I do not make much money. Fun fact, just because I own a house doesn't mean I'm now not in crippling debt. Not latest version of UE? No, this is... I think it's even 5.5. 5.51. Yeah. Have you seen the physics control plugin? Yes, I have. I've used it. I do use it for like ragdoll stuff. But for this specific thing, I've opted to just do it kind of manually without a scaly mesh. But yeah, for physical animation, it's a lot more modular than the old, you know, physical animation system. Well, I mean, it's essentially just like a wrapper for the physical animation system. That just makes it, yeah, a lot betterer. The guy that worked on physics control, Andy, used to be in this stream a fair bit. Like in the chat. And yeah, we'd always talk about it. Okay, so we have feet. The feet do feet things. Let's do... Are you able to... I want to, like, calculate the kind of area. Like the fulcrum area. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Did he say it would be out of experimental kind of examples, but it never made beta? I don't know. I don't even know if he survived the layoffs or not. I feel like they cut a lot of the plugin team or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's just Unreal things, you know? From what I've used of it, it's pretty stable. Like, it is just using existing stuff and wrapping it in a nice, like, system. Trying to think, so like if our character's just sitting here, just like fully rigid, right? You know, it's probably better if I get a cube to like knock him around with. Simulate physics. Wow, simulating physics gave it a shadow for some fucked up reason. I guess it was set to. I don't fucking know. Well, first thing I want to do is be able to make the character lean. Which, when we've got... And in program, it seems like... Yeah, I don't know. I can't really remember. So yeah, currently this character can't really do anything. He'll try and maintain upright posture. But, you know, for example, if a character's leaning, then the feet should angle. If the character's leaning like this, the feet should angle or try and be level with the floor. With the floor's normals, I guess. To an extent. And then the legs should also be able to do some stuff. Right, the legs have to shorten based on things. Like if we're doing this, then the left leg you know, should shorten. Or like if he's on a slope or something. So I guess we'll start with that. What was it again? Control? No, Alt S. Yeah, for simulate. Oh, there's that first thing I was saying. The fucking legs penetrating the... Yeah. So in that case, yes, we would want him to stabilize on a slope, which means essentially need a function called get surface data. We probably don't want to use the hit normals. We probably want to do a trace at the back and front of the feet and base the normals on that. We'll do sphere trace by Chanel. Actors to ignore self or owner. Yeah, this should be going like for each foot. You know, I can do a for loop. No, it doesn't really make it any better. We'll modularize it later. First, we just get proof of concept. So we need our foot left and our foot right. Gonna get location. Although we want to get relative. No, we want to... So, get relative. That's relocation from it to its thing. So we want to get location. Get world location and then transform. Adds it to the location of the component in its local reference frame. No, that actually adds it. Is it transform vector? Or relative transform? Oh, no, it'll be in here. Transform. You transform position. Transform direction. Transform direction vectors by the supplied transform. We will not change its length. For example, if the object is transformed. Like, if I get transform, get world transform, and then I say transform direction. Transform direction by vector. Transform a direction location by the supplied transform. For example, if T was an object's transform, this would transform in position from local space to world space. So I want to say, here's your world transform. Move 10 units ahead and 10 units behind. And that should give us that location. Theoretically. Should probably sphere trace by object, shouldn't I? Sphere trace for objects. Ignore actors. This guy. Radius, whatever. Object types. Make. World static. World dynamic. Pawn, physics body, just like fucking everything, you know? Oh, you know what? This isn't actually ticking yet. That's why it's probably not working. Cool, so that's just sticking out of the foot. Going down. So then if I say go ahead of the foot, 10 units in X. Oh. Then it goes to the front of the foot. You know, I can probably just use the middle of the foot for now. And just make it fat. That'll give us, yeah, like the normal, but then also the distance from the foot. Is there a cat in here? She what? All right. I don't know. So the impact point. Well, the impact point plus the other impact point divided by 2. Gives us the average, you know, between the feet point. But what do I need that for again? Right, we need to know the, you know, let's do the difference between that impact point and this impact point gives us the z difference between them. That doesn't necessarily, because if we're on a slant, then we actually want to measure from that guy to that. Because what if the feet are further apart? I'm gonna need to know fucking triangles and shit, you know? If a character is sitting like this, I mean, angling them is easy, but it's just about like, oh, we want this target to be up more. But like, that doesn't like up doesn't necessarily mean shorter. Because it could be that this is already on an angle. Because the feet are allowed to be spread apart. Maybe we don't worry about, oh god, slopes for right now. Well, it is kind of important though. Well, we know the joint location. But then it's like, if we're like this... Or like, yeah, if it's twisted, or the body is like this, that changes like a lot of stuff. Like in this case, how do we know how to keep our feet on the ground? Well, this one would have to come up, but how much does it need to come up by? And if it needs to go up by a certain amount, it's like, well, it's not going up, we're shortening the piston. Is there enough time in Blender that when you get up and wander around you see everything in quads and triangles? Yes. Yes. Very much. We have a max distance from the ground, like our leg length, max leg length. But then how do we know? Does it contain the paint render target, blood render target? Maybe. Yeah, I could do that, because that kind of interacts with the water in cool ways that's very marketable. Make you really back, so no more renovating? Not for a while. Nothing big. How do you sign? Yeah, look, you know, with geometry. So how do we know how much we have to retract a leg by in order to sit on a slope? Well, we can do a trace from. Maybe rather than tracing down on the feet, we trace from here in the foot direction. No, that doesn't really matter because gravity is this way, right? Well, okay, if we just take the lower one, whichever one is lower, get the distance to the higher one in Z. That's my first UE job while you're building your house. Hell yeah. That's awesome. What are you trying to figure out, by the way? Just how to get a character to stand on a slope. Stand straight on a slope. So, like, for example, how to get him to... Oh, okay, well, obviously... To do that, you know? To adjust one leg so that it's not, like, giga-fucking the other. Which is, yeah, just wherever the bottom one is... I mean, there's probably no need to use... Average foot distance is not too far. Yeah, I think, well, because like the bottom foot should be straight. It should be at its max. Thingamajiggiedness. To some extent. Well, actually, no. We know the difference, right? We only want to make one shorter. So if we just do this minus this, then it'll be positive if it needs to be that leg, or, you know? Then was you since I've been too busy, or you covered everything you wanted to already at this point. I've just been super busy, yeah. I've been renovating my house. Like a madman. But that's all finished now, as you can tell by my lovely office. My lovely orifice. Realisms will temporarily stretch beyond their normal length, so you want to find the right result, but allow dampening beyond the limit of... Yeah, that's right, Big. Yeah, currently the legs don't actually have any limit. They're just trying to maintain a target. So if left is above right, so the left one, if left is above right, or let's say left is below right, so that's at 30, and this is at 50. And 30 minus 50, that means minus 20, which means that it should be minus 20 up there. So then we can just say leg joint set target although this is just setting the length of the piston, right? So that should be that unless it let's go min float 0, bam. But then on the other side, this leg, we say max 0, but then flip it over. Things regarding the new water system we're working on, etc. It'll be done in the next couple of months. I just got back from being very busy, so I'm just working on some other funner stuff before I get back into that. But it's definitely on the horizon. Oops. Okay, I think they're the wrong way around. Oh, fuck. No. Well, I think the min and the max are fine, but it's just... Let me just double check something, right? If I go target Z 50, that makes it longer. Ugh, that's so fucky. Because it's the... Right, so you just do that. And you do that. So then if I tilt this... You fucking moron. Why? I guess it is doing the thing, but the angle of the feet. Set, feet. Or set, ankle. No, set, feet, ankle. Set, feet, rotation. No, feet joint, foot joint, Although, you know, I'll just do it in here for now. Oh, fuck. Give me the foot joint. Pardon me. So we'll go the normal. We have to transform foot joint. Relative to it, what's the thing? So that would be like get transform. And then do some funky shit. I'll transform vector. Transform direction. Set angular position. Set angular. What the fuck's it called? Angular orientation target. It's a just rot from X, right? Who knows? Who knows? Let's just see what happens. Oh, great, great. Okay, yeah, totally cool. Totally tubular. Like if I did target pitch 45 degrees, right? That'll make it like sit up like that. Or down that way. And then negative 45 would be angled up. Can I implement some kind of threshold so the character doesn't trip over a small pebble? The character's feet will avoid tripping hazards to some degree. But yeah, I mean, if your character steps on a rock and like twists their ankle and it makes them trip over, it's kind of the player's fault. And it's funny as. How about I get the impact normal and get a rotation from the Z? Well, actually, no. If I get the impact normal... yeah. Incorrect. Is it like an inverse transform? Not quite. Small medium size early plays worse nightmare. It's kind of just stranding that. Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. Character would lose balance on hillsides, players absolutely hated it. I think main complaint felt like they didn't control the character. Well, yeah, but there'll be like extents, you know. For some people, it's fun and funny. Do you think it would be possible to use the height data to derive a vector field for runoff and bake it into a texture and derive an accumulation gradient and bake it so it can be driven for rain intensity at a distance away from the simulation? It's not within the scope of the plugin, but you could do it. Which maybe I might do in the future. Like, yeah, like a really coarse texture for, like, you know, the whole terrain, or, you know, parts of the terrain, and then, yeah, because I mean, like a lot of terrain generation software will do that for you. Like, there'll be, you know, water maps. But it would be nice to do it within the engine, you know, including meshes and all that kind of stuff. So that's actually a pretty good idea. In fact, whenever I get around to doing, like, river generation, I'll probably be doing that anyway. Running, like, a water simulation over the terrain and seeing where, you know, rivers form. But the plugin itself wouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then I could integrate that into the plugin for when it is raining, so that at the edges, there's already data there to kind of read from. X is 0. Yeah, I've seen it on YouTube again. I haven't watched it all the way through, but like I got the gist of it. It's pretty much Prismatic Escape. But in is that in CryEngine? Oh no, is Crimson Desert in Unreal? No, it's not in Unreal because they did their own occlusion masking stuff. Parallax. Silhouette occlusion. Oh. It's their own engine. Okay, yeah. Okay, so the X transform just multiply by, well, no, because I can go. Yeah, well, no. Why is this so hard? We get the hit normal in world space. What about inverse transform direction? No. What if it's just like around the wrong way? That shit always fucking happens. So the normals here, right, would be negative Y. Is this character, they're not rotated, are they? So this is your... So the Y normal... Maybe this is right then, to do this. But it probably needs to be like... Ah, okay, but then just not negative. No, it needs to be negative, sorry. Nope, that's wrong. Oh, I know, that's because I'm using the foot joint L there. That should be foot joint R and... Okay, maybe it should go the other way then. Oh no, maybe only one of them needs to be positive and the other's negative because the fucking, I don't know, reasons. Okay, there it is. Let me just see if it works this way. Yeah, so they, oh. That would be the roll, right? Maybe that. No, that should definitely be negative and negative. See what chance to use tree. I've been having some trouble getting that fluffy stylized tree. Look at the leaves. When exporters are unreal, they look very sparse. You have a lot of empty space between. I do any suggestions. Make sure when you import them to Unreal that you don't recalculate the normals. Make sure that you're using the normals of the, you know, of the tree model, because it does some funky stuff with like making the normals of the cards all point out from the branch, so it looks, you know, looks like they're kind of like balls of leaves rather than individual like flat cards. Yeah, the new importer is a nightmare. Okay, this seems to be working. Our feet are... Well, actually, no, you know what? I need to test this if the character is on a different angle. Oh, you bitch, man. No, okay, so the transform is not correct. Is it inverse transform direction? Maybe, question mark. No. Oh. Hold on. Oops. I meant to grab this. Maybe it's just that those need to be inverted and use the correct transformation. I don't fucking know. It's just silly. Oh wait, that looked... No. Transform the direction vector by the supplied transform. If T was an object's transform, this would transform direction from local space to world space. But this should be doing from world space to local space. So this should give us the local normal from the foot. That's how I get into bed? True. Okay, so that's just wrong now. That's tilting it. So if the ground, the normal, is pointing that way, I should be able to transform it as a rotation, right? Like get the impact or get the normal. And then I should be able to turn that normal into a rotation. And we don't care about the Z. Then we should be able to get transform. Or even like just get the world rotation of the foot joint and delta there, that into there. Like the delta between the world rotations equals the local rotation offset that it needs. Maybe. Ah, not quite. Is it? Well, no, if I said normal... Alright, let's just say I want... Let's just look at 1 foot. And I wanted this foot to be rotated 45 degrees pitch. Then that's the pitch there, right? Ah! It's the police. It's the Unreal Police. The police engine. Unreal Engine policing. Yo, boom. The real boom. How was the stream? So that's why. Bleh. But then, if I was... Is it just add? What's it? Combine? No, because combine... No, I would need to... let's say... so I'd need... Huh? What was that? What thing? Oh, right. Transform rotation by transform. Get transform. Are you okay? I haven't booby-trapped the door. I just put the thing... What the hell is that?
I mean, Bran.
Brand? I haven't had dinner yet. You can't just...
eat it. No, no, no,
What?
no. I'm coming to show you.
Why'd you bring it in if you don't want me to eat it?
Because I want to ask your opinion on whether I should bake it or not.
No. It's supposed
But
to
it's,
be.
like, really gooey.
Yeah, it's supposed to be gooey.
Yeah, but
It'll set.
But like,
Is it still? Oh.
it's not that good.
No, that's good. It's supposed to be like that. A bit of raw flour never killed anyone.
Like that.
Bit of raw flour and egg never killed anyone. Oh, you've ruined that piece. I'm gonna have to eat it now. Can I have half of it?
It's really gooey.
Yeah. I want it. I'm testing it. Oh my god. Fuck.
Yeah, I feel like
What's that white stuff in it?
it's triple choc. So it's
Triple
got
choc.
chocolate,
Oh, is that from a packet mix?
Is that Aldi?
How much was it?
I had to add the butter in it.
Keep it like that. That's so fucking good. If you put it in the fridge, it'll set a bit more. Could you bring me a face washer or something? Oh my god, look. No. No way. Holy shit. I think I have diabetes. Wow. That was something. Right, okay, so if we said do this. Holy gosh. So that we want this to always be at 45 degrees no matter. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's sort of correct. Well, I guess. How do you cut something into 9? Oh, right, if it's square. Okay.
They're 350 calories each.
And that was 8, wasn't it?
Yeah.
350. I mean, that's not too bad. How many calories have I burned trying to get this character to not spasticate? 5? 5? I need to start pumping. Ugh. Can you get me those weights? Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, so this will always try and maintain this position. Irregardless. This world position, world rotation. So now the feet should just stay flat. Yeah, and then if I rotate the character around, they should try and stay facing that way. Okay, good. See, we're getting somewhere. So now the feet are following world space things. Maybe. It might be the inverse of world space things. Because that's now... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, you piece of shit. No, it's fucked. It's not correct. It shouldn't be transform, it should be... Because, like, Z, if anything, would be... Yeah, making them do that, but then it shouldn't move like that. I think it is just combine. Get world rotation. It's either combine or delta rotator. Or is there like an invert rotator? That might have to happen after, because, you know. No, that's just gonna go fucky. I hate rotations. I think the main problem is that if I set that to 45 pitch perfect, then it goes down that way. But in this case, that would be negative, because it's going from this to there. Is that angular orientation of physics constraints world setting a transform to normal? No, it's relative to the joint. So like if I say 45 degrees, then it will stay 45 degrees relative to the joint. So if I want to do the tilt and the back and forth relative to the normals, I just first need to figure out how can I get it to like stay in one position. Let's see if this stays at 0, 0, 0. I mean, is it trying to? Or is it just too heavy? Oh my god, bro. Huh. Is that because of this, or? No, that's just some separate fuckery. Is that to do with this? Oh. That's probably to do with this. You know, I'm just gonna, let me just... well. Okay, so now let's see. If it's delta rotator, do the thing, recombine, do that. If I just set the rotation of the joint. Yeah, like, see, this one. Okay, yeah. So the rotation of it, that will undo If I just say get rotation, right? Get world rotation. And smack that into here. Without negating it, it will essentially just undo... Yeah, okay. It'll undo any kind of... it'll try and remain at 0 in Thingo. Rotation of the joint is pass it my way. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go combine rotators. So if I said rotate 90 degrees or 45 degrees in Z, we'll do it for both of them. So that should twist the feet, you know, 45 degrees. Like that. Cool. Now, is that in positive or negative Z? That's in negative Z. So we essentially... I guess we want to negate the input into here, right? Because if we try, like, yeah, like 45 degrees in Y... 45 degrees is negative 45 degrees rotation. So we just take the current world rotation and we just combine the inverse of where we want it to be locally. If I wanted it to be... Sorry, in world space. Although, let me double check that for the X. So they should both be tilted. And they've tilted that way, which is X... negative. Okay, so yeah, it is just the inverse. Can I just like... Oh, negate? Invert rotator. Yeah. And yeah, so then I could do something like get the normal, break that XY. Well, I mean, I could do make from X or something. Make from... The rotational matrix given only by a Z axis is why aspect would be orthonormal. The axis need not be normalized. What would I do in this case? Like if I wanted to do it in a kind of fucky way, I would say, okay, the X normal, aka, you know, this way, that way, corresponds to the Y rotation. Positive X being so negative 90, and then that would be the pitch. And then here would just be positive 90 from the Y into the X. Like that. Right? Which, like, works. Up until 90 degrees or whatever, but we're not running upside down yet. No, wrong button. Go away. Alt S. Wait, why does that not work? Oh, because the normal is... Yeah, no, that's right. Pitch, roll. Combine, wheel rotation. Or is it because I don't want to invert it because I'm... what's it called? I want it to do the opposite to compensate. Nope, that's fine. So it is supposed to be this way. And why is he falling down? Is that because... It's an angular orientation target. Did I set the strength to be low? No, it's 10,000. Oh, I know, because we're telling it to do exactly this, right? So it's relative to the foot. Right, no, okay, so... I'm so fucking confused. We want it relative to... What's the reference frame we want then? Because what I'm literally telling it to do by doing this is to do what it's doing. So if it's like this, it's saying, oh yeah, no, the feet should be in that orientation or that orientation. I guess I want to do it more relative to the gravity vector, right? Not relative to itself. Fuggles. All right. Maybe it's a ZX and no Z. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I have to, like... I guess first we just need a way to have the character stabilize, right? Which means that they should be using their feet and the angle of their feet and also the length of the legs to move the orientation of the capsule to be upright. So, like, if we rotate these feet and twist them like that, then the character will lean that way. I think that's more how we should be looking at it. And then when we know the ground, then we add the ground's rotation as like the default point. Yeah, as like the target point. All right, I will be right back. There's an ad playing anyway. Hello. I am back. Just installed gyroscope. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. A lovely bolognese. Delicious. And there's no meat. Carb loading, exactly. Alright, let's first... We need to get the character upright, right? Oh. We need to get stabilized in place. How the fuck do we do that? Bolognese, it's got nut meat. Nut meat is like vegetarian spam. It's literally vegetarian spam. It like looks the same. It almost tastes hammy as well. It is. Just don't know. Well, yeah, it's a lot healthier, but it's pretty much spam. Right, sorry for like the lip smacking sounds and stuff. All right, let's do a function called stabilize static character. Rigumi's mandatory. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, technically yes. Kind of nut meat in my browsing history. Yeah. I feel that. There's two components to this, right? There is... Well, do we just want the center of gravity? Do we care about the orientation of the capsule? Or is it the center of gravity above the thing? I need to stand up. I'm gonna do some like the Michael Jackson moves. Hello, girl. Yeah. What's this? Look. Hopping. Hello, my little chicken. You wanna hop up here? Hello. Do I still have this set up? That's my dinner. What a funny cat. Anyway, what I was doing, like, if I was like this, right? I'm just like leaning this way. I'm like, oh, I want to go this way. What do I do? I kind of angle my feet like this, so that I kind of go like that. But then I can also like adjust the length of my leg. If I'm like this, then my foot is off the ground, then I want it to be like that. You know what I mean? Like lunges. Like the character needs to be able to do this and then get back to neutral position. So what's going on is, yeah, mostly, well, the back and forth you're kind of fucked, right? To an extent. I'm like, yeah, I know it's out of focus. I don't have autofocus on my camera. Because the autofocus is too loud. So if I'm doing this, and I want to go back this way, I do the feet up. And then I'll naturally fall back that way. And then, yeah, it's the same side to side. But with side to side, you then put the legs in. Or are the legs a product of... You know, I think it is just the foot rotation. Does this back and forth. But do we want to maintain our capsule? You know, like, are we... Or is it, are we trying to maintain center of gravity? Center of gravity over... Well, center of gravity through gravity vector has to be within our fulcrum area, which is our feet. Our feet, you know? So as soon as my pelvis goes over this foot, then I'm gone. Ow. But what does it mean to be off balance? I guess it is literally just the... Do we go from center of gravity? Or do we go based on the capsule's up vector? I guess it depends. I mean, if we were leaning over, it's like, this is totally fine. Legs are straight. So we're like bending out the hips, like that. Center of gravity is still within our feet. Like, I'm thinking like a crouching character. Well, no, a crouching character would probably have up straight. Then, like, if I wanted to walk, then yeah, that needs to... Center of gravity needs to cross my fulcrum, which then I start putting feet out to catch myself. But if we're static, and I'm just trying to... I was like on a slant. These would individually need to be where they're the same within this. Center of gravity applying force, but your leg is opposing that force. Yeah, but I'm trying to think in this case. If we want a character to be upright, no, I guess it is more about bringing the center of gravity into the middle. So if we get our feet, foot L, foot R, we just get location. Alright, fuck you. Get world location. Bam, bam. We get the midpoint. Character probably wants to bring the center of their gravity above their hips. It may not always be there. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, sometimes the character might need to be leaning forward in order to maintain that point. Like if they're on a slope. To kind of counteract the... Oh, yeah, moving is, yeah, leaning forward to water. Right. Exactly, yeah. But the whole point of leaning to walk or run is to throw your center of gravity past your fulcrum. So that you start falling over. And then you just catch yourself. Can I do an average vector? Yeah, fuck it. Kicked him right in the fulcrum. Maybe I should call it gravity up vector. Like, yeah, I'm just, yeah, that makes sense to me. So if we cross our... Well, we have this. We will need a function called get center of gravy, which takes capsule gets foot. Basically anything that has mass. Oh, the fucking ankles have mass as well. That's so annoying. I could make it so that the... Whatever. Get center of mass. Center of mass, center of mass. And then we do a weighted average. by the mass. Get mass. You know, I should be able to just get the mass, multiply this... No. Well, no, center mass. If we add them all to... If we add all our masses together... That's the total mass. If we then multiply each individual component by its own mass, then add them together, then divide it by the total mass. That should give us the weighted average. The fuck? Divide by fucking precision. Fucko. Yeah. Right? Oh no, I need to divide it by 3 as well. Because there's 3 of them. Center of gravy. Right, that's not correct. That looks correct, right? Let's see, if I made the feet really heavy. Feet. Foot mesh. Foot R. Set mass. Override in kilo of gram. Kilo of grammicals. 20 kilos, then... Yeah, then it's way lower. I just yeet this guy over there. Yeah, okay, cool. Why didn't I need to divide it by 3, though? Oh, because we added 3 masses together to get our total mass. Cool, cool. That should be a... Well, no. Let's do calculate. Whatever. I'll just fucking... I should call it center of gravy. So, center of gravy. Center of gravity, the foot fulcrum point. Fulcrum center. And then the center of gravity minus fulcrum center. So fulcrum center, if that's a 0, and then this is something, so that should be the other way around. That gives us the upward facing vector between the fulcrum center and the center of gravity. If we, well, let's call this the fulcrum, or I don't know, the current balance vector. Right? We want the balance vector to equal the target balance vector, I guess. If we normalize that, and then normalize that against the gravity up vector, or cross it against gravity up vector, then we get ow, my balls. What the fuck do we get there? No, that's not right. Look at rotation. Find look at rotation between the gravity up vector and the current balance vector normalized should give us the desired foot rotation to then do something. I don't fucking know. What are we doing? Foot joint, fucko, get foot joint. Set angular. Orientation target. Orientation target. Bam, bam. Well, first we need to get the get rotation. Wheel rotation. And then we need to combine with the inverse of this. Gives us that. That go there, and then this go in there, and then you can bam bam. Right, what will this do for us? Oh, look, it's fucked. Why is this? I probably don't want to fuck with the Z. Do I? So the yaw doesn't actually matter until it does. Can I get the orientation target? Wait, get target. Get... Oh, fuck. Well, just whatever. I guess it's 0 locally, so. Oh, look, he's trying. Yeah, he's stabilizing. Or not. Oh no, it is look at rotation, yeah. Can you multiply a rotator? Yeah. If I just like beef the strength of it so that it's overshooting a little bit. No. I mean, that was doing something for a second. Let me put him straight for a sec. Huh. Should that not be inverted? Oh, that's gonna set it to like negative fuckoville. Is it this that needs to be? Is it the output? Or just don't invert it? No, it should definitely be inverted. I mean, that's just going to say as we go up. Now, if anything, as he leans back, he should be getting... Yes, well, he should be going back the other way. So the Y needs to be... Is that right there? You know, I'll do it. Yeah, okay, that was right. That was right. And then if we add a tiny bit of extra overcompensation, although this will mean that he's never fully... Well... Well, no, actually, no. This isn't even taking into account the slope of the thing. This is for like if I can see him rocking back and forth. If I do this, he should be. If I do it like this way, bring it back there. If I knock him back a tiny bit. His feet should, yeah, curl up to compensate. Well, okay, yeah, no, because this is loss of balance, so... Okay, yeah, you can see him as he leans forward, he moves his feet to go back. It's probably a bit extreme. But yeah, as he moves forward or back. As he moves forward, yeah. Okay. We probably also need to, as they lose balance or whatnot, change the legs even. Fuck, that's a whole thing, isn't it? To keep the center of gravity. Because, yeah, it's one thing to use the feet to stabilize. Probably need to do that with the... Go up. Okay, yeah. So he's trying to use the feet to think of it. But then we also have to use, like, the hips to stabilize. But also, like, the hips. But also... the length of the legs. You know? So this should be contracting out to robotics. I mean, I've kind of done it with the ball bot, right? This is just a bit more involved. I mean, not that this is... Because this is all self-balancing and whatnot. Although, to be fair, this does use some... like, kind of, I guess, gyroscopic forces. Like, it's not like we're creating... Well, we're kind of creating forces from nothing, but they're rotational. So they're less impactful than just adding random, you know, thruster forces. Oh, I tripped over. Yeah. Move. Gonna walk on a bird moving train, so you can sort of motion involved to stay upright, super complex for a biped. Yes, I have. And yeah, I know it's a massive fuckfest, basically. But I mean, like, it is complex, but it's also not complex. Depending on, like, you know. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it is, but it is also... Oh, that one just bumped me. If I run around in the circle, it'll twist this around. Oh, God, what the fuck? Can you not do that? Oh my God. Ditch. No trains in New Zealand? Luckily, I'm Australian. We have actually, Melbourne has one of the best public transport systems in the world, apparently, according to something that I read one time. Hmm. That's true, Amethyst. Very true. Oh. Right, so we want to... What if I just get the leg joints, right? And do this exact same thing, but on the legs. The leg joints have identical rotation, so you only have to do it once, really. Well, yeah. Because, yeah, we kind of want to, like, stick the pelvis out. Excuse me, bro. I think it is the other way, yeah. Get me the inverse of that. Oh my God. I want it if it's knocked him... If we get knocked back that way, then we want to make our feet go... So that should be the positive, I think. That'll essentially just make us maintain upright position. What the fuck, bro? No, because it wants to... Is it because they are... For the feet, we're making them go like whoop. Pointing. Back that way. Look at rotation and gravity up and the balance vector. Hell yeah, look at us go. So beautiful. We're breakdancing again. If you're being pushed, you need to step. No, there's some things you can do before stepping, which is kind of what I'm trying to tackle. Like you can move your leg joints so that your pelvis sticks back out the other way. Like if our... Let's just do that for now. Like for example, yeah, if we get knocked this way, we can kind of like, yeah, move our hips that way to kind of offset. You know what I mean? Although I guess then you kind of use your hands as well to like... Let me just hard set this to 45. And negative 45. God, the strength for that is like fucked up. Leg giant, it's at 10,000, right? I guess the feet are at 10, you know, we'll just go to 1,000. Because we don't want our characters to be, like... The whole point of this is that we can overcome forces, or that forces kind of... So if I said negative 10, that means we go forward in the Y. Well, this way is Y. And that is, yeah, negative. Okay. If we did that in the air, then... Yeah. Fuck, did I ever set the feet back to not be, like, really heavy? Did I... Set mass. No, I think it was fine. Foot mesh. Center of mass. Initialize feet. Get center of mass. Set center of mass. But we didn't set mass. No, cool. I might, in the initialize... I feel like the feet are too heavy for what we're trying to do here. Because we've got the ankle dummy and the thinger. No, it should be fine. Like if we did 90 degrees, I'd expect it to be kind of like 40-40, 50-50, right? But currently it looks like, yeah, the feet are like so hefty. Do you know what I mean? Actually, where does the center of gravity end up? How much does a fucking capsule weigh? Maybe it's just the capsule needs to weigh more. Capsule, get all the shit and whatever. Set mass override in cougs. You can weigh 50 kilograms. Kilograms. If I didn't fuck with the center of mass, right? Also, I'm just gonna do a like visualize legs function. Okay, no, so it does kind of work now. Both of them go at thingamajigs. So if we said 90 degrees, then we should expect the character to kind of stop at like a... The feet just seem so heavy. Like that shouldn't... Or what? Okay, what if I make him this way? And we say... See what I mean? Like, there's no... This... It's like the feet have so much fucking inertia for no reason. Alright, 1 kilogram. You get 1 kilogram ankle, and the foot gets also 1 kilogram. And the other foot too. Flickity. Hello, hello. Just catching up with the previous live. Nice. You didn't miss much. Well, you didn't catch up on much. I just was dicking around. Sorry? Yeah, I'd like a coffee. Thank you. Sorry? Maybe a caramel one. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, what if I just made the capsule like fucked up heavy, right? 500 kilos. No, it still doesn't give a shit. Which is odd. Is it that? Is it the fucking welding? And I didn't have manual attachment ticked. Although it does attach it afterwards. It's my big one. Do you just want a normal one? Yep. Manual attachment, don't weld. Manual attachment, yes. Don't weld. No, why? Do you guys know what I mean, though? Like, it shouldn't be... You know, let me just add a tiny delay before... Because maybe it's just because it's happening, like, on the first frame that it's getting fucked up. No. Do you know what I mean, though? Like, if the torso has more mass, then when we rotate, you know, when we do that, rotate the feet to go whoosh, it should be the feet going up and the torso staying mostly still. Set constraint components, component 1, ankle L. Mass conditioning? fuck is... The fuck is this accessor? Constraint instance accessor structure. There's got nothing in it. Oh, get constraint. Right, okay. Right, so the joint has a... What a fuckfest. Noisy. Poor lady. Alright, let's see if that does anything there. Oh! Maybe that was it. Mass conditioning. Thank you very much. I'll probably wrap up soon. Hang. Eat the rest of that brownie, you know? Why not? What do you mean that's fucked up? I want the damn brownie. No, I meant the rest of the whole thing. Why? Let me. Oh my god, you never let me do anything fun. Maybe we should vote. Who votes that I should eat the rest of, like, the entire tray of brownies? I'm just saying. You do dumb shit until someone's daughter would shout at me and call me by my full name. Yeah. Alright, we probably don't need to make this guy weigh 1 million now. Okay, that's better. Now drop him on the ground. What the fuck was that? Oh, right, it doesn't... No. What? Oh, yeah, whatever. Oh my god, he's so heavy now. What the hell? Wait, is that because of that, or is it because the feet are dying? No, that's about right. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, I've missed half the chat. Disabling conditioning, mass setting only worked. Unfortunately, I don't know why. Yeah. Just for fun, I'll just have some gameplay function. This will be how characters move. And yeah, it's a bit of a batshit crazy idea, but like it's funny. So yeah. I think now that I've disabled inertial conditioning, I need to like up the strengths. So I feel like he's gotten floppy. Am I still setting mass over? I say half height. I am setting the center of mass. Let's not override that then. He's a bit bouncy. Whatever. We'll add restitution, all that shit later. It probably shouldn't be like a full double. But yeah, then let's try doing this now that it's less fucky. So this will likely do it the... I guess... Is it supposed to be negative, maybe? Because negative of where you want the legs to go. Why do the feet, like, fall over? No, that's normal. Okay. No, you bastard. Interesting. Probably a bit less. Okay, that was good. The jiggle. Unironically. If we just set the pitch to 45 degrees. Oh my god, they're so strong. Okay, let's just go. I don't know. Confusing. Or is it now that it just can't hold up? How much did I make it weigh again? No, I overrode that. Alright, I undid that. Why do I keep the center of mass where it normally is? No. Okay, so it's just not strong enough. Favorite ball guy to fake guy? Stairs. Basically. Stairs. Do you know how silly it is? You need to have a balance. True. I forgot the damn. I forgot to model the inner ear. How could I be so silly? Alright, so Sky 1. Oh, my butt. Line start, fulcrum center, line, not gravity, up a character center of gravity. Oh. You want to do this and normalize. Program center to the character center of gravity should be center of gravity minus 0. I can just normalize. And multiply by, I don't know, 10. And then fulcrum center plus that is the end. Arrow size 5, thickness 2, line color. This is our balance vector. Then we need to do that against the gravity up vector, which is just up, but it can change. So we go fulcrum center. Well, I mean, technically it's fulcrum center is the start. The end is fulcrum center, gravity up vector by some. No, I guess visualizing the legs is part of drawing debug values, in a way. Why is he going down? The gravity up vector, right? Yeah, that still doesn't make sense. I mean, everything I've been doing has been inverted for no reason. I was the fucking what's it called? This this one. Right, so we don't have to invert rotator basically. I'm just dumb. Yeah. Oh no. Hold on. Maybe we do, or maybe these don't have to be negative. Fuck, this is a whole thing, isn't it? Also, why is one of them 2 and the other is 1.5? That doesn't make sense. I think I just forgot, right? Bruh. Oh, now I have to do it negative. Oh, fuck. Hell yeah, Duffy Dan, me too. Don't we all? But this is how we prototype. Character center of gravity, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I feel like it leans back by default, which is silly. Can't figure out why. It could be because I'm not calculating the ankle. The ankle's in the center of mass. I mean, look, ideally I'd be doing this over an array of bodies affecting the simulation. But right now, I just don't give a fuck. No, that wasn't it. I wonder why... Why he be leaning backward? I feel like going this way, they're kind of like going the wrong way, but only in that direction. Is my ankle strength? Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they're so floppy. Because if I was leaning this way and I wanted to... Oh, no, that is correct. Yeah. I want to go that way. See, that shouldn't really happen because he should be doing his feet. I mean, obviously I need to set up a PID controller and stuff. Hello, Ledius Cadius. Well, no, because this is just about when we lean. But then once we're at that point, it doesn't really care. It's like additional back and forth to try and stabilize, but then we have to take the surface normal into account so that it's like... Because, like, at this point, it's like, okay, yeah, like, when we are... Because we're not taking the current... Excuse me? Maybe I need to keep inertial damping on the fucking mass conditioning on the foot joints. I feel like that's just like in the fuck zone. Wait, are they not welded? Hold on. I'm supposed to weld the foot shit together. Make foot mesh. Weld simulated. Oh, no, that's... No, no. It's only if the parent is simulated. That's when we attach. So no, that's fine. Because we're not attaching the foot to the ankle. There is disable collision, but that shouldn't be. So the parent body in a constraint will not be affected by the motion of the child. No. Action, blah, blah, mass conditioning. The mass conditioning enabled for this joint. Mass conditioning applies a non-physical scale to the mass and inertia of the two bodies that only affects this joint. So the mass and inertia ratios are smaller. This helps stabilize joints where bodies vary different sizes, and especially when the parent body is heavier than the child. However, it can lead to unrealistic behavior, especially when collisions are involved. So that should just be off. Oh no, I might need to do some standing up and think about this a bit more. I feel like the past, well, this stream and the other stream, it's kind of just like fighting against how you would expect a physical constraint to work. Hello, buddy. Yeah. The girl up there. Hey, girl, be gentle. Silly cats. Yeah. Because yeah, basically, if we're planted, we want to be able to stabilize just like that. I mean, it's kind of like a... Well, no, we want to be able to control our lean. We want to be able to control our lean based on... yum. We want to know... We want to... oh my fucking god. We want to be able to control the lean of the character. You know, back, forth, left, right. Using the rotation of the feet and gravity, and then also the legs up and down. Like, we want this character to be able to go like, ooh. Because then once we do this, and we start falling over, that's when running starts. And that's when we do our little whoop, 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 whoop. Do you want to understand the local object local bounds? No, it does. What we could do with it, please? I think it just gives you the local bounds of the object in the shader. So if you look at this this guy here, this capsule, the red is the bounds. And I'm pretty sure it'll give you a 0 to 1 gradient in X, Y, and Z. Or, well... No, object local bounds might give you the length or the extent of the bounding box. If you do bounding box UVs, or bounding box based UVs, that would be object local bounds. Well, it would be object pivot point divided by the bounds. So, or maybe offset by half. I don't know if it's like the bounds are here and then it's that, or if it's like the object pivot point is the center and then the bounds, I don't know. It either returns a gradient or it returns the, you know, the height, width, length of the bounds. And then if you get the center of the bounds and you subtract, if you can get the center of the bounds, then you just divide it by the extent. And then you'll get a gradient, a -1 to 1 gradient. Something like that. I don't know. That's all good. Why he do this? I guess because it's... yeah, just in the fuck zone. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I probably need to go outside more to wrap my head around this. But look, it's a work in progress, right? We're progressing work. And now I'm super tired. It's 2:30. How long have I been? 6 hours. 6 hours and barely did anything. Well, look, I got the character set up. We initialized it. We encountered bugs. Yeah. Yeah, I might work on this off stream tomorrow a bit, but if I do stream again tomorrow, it's just like, it's one of those things you just got to kind of do it little by little, like all of the functions. And I mean, I can look back at the ballbot character and be like, hey, like, okay, the first thing we did was calculate the gravity vector against the ground normals or whatever. So, yeah. You know, we'll get there. We'll do some funny stuff. Fun and funny. So I feel like this is pointing up too much. That's better. Now I don't look like I'm like down here. Yeah. But look, I believe we can make it work. I believe. I'm a believer. Yo, Redbeard! Hello. Leg end. Or is that legend? You believe? I believe. I'm currently. Look, I'll give you the rundown real quick, right? So I forgot I had coffee as well. A delicious caramel coffee. God damn, that's sweet. Delicious dessert coffee. The 2:30 dessert coffee. All right. I'm loading it up. Let me show you what we're doing. What were you up to? What were you streaming? I was actually like literally just about to wrap up, and then you raided. But I'll show you what we're kind of trying to maybe potentially do. Right, so a tiny little while ago, Alien Anime character was getting finished. Hell yeah! Like the modeling or the implementation. Oh, ignore all the. Oh my god, what have I done? Okay, we're fine. So the gist of this was to do like a fully physicalized character movement system. So you can see like the ball and the cylinder and the backpack. Modeling. Oh, nice. Rigging's like one of my favorite, like unironically, one of my favorite parts of modeling. So yeah, the gist of this was that we wanted to do fully physical character movement, not using like no thrusting forces. So like no kind of additional like made up forces. Everything is derived from like angular stuff. And then the character that is kind of clipping through it uses, you know, the rotation rate of the ball to drive their animations. And, you know, the leaning of the capsule is the leaning of the character and that kind of stuff. And, like, it works real well. And it's very stable. It's quite responsive. But then, like, we go on... Well, okay, well, this is fine. You know, I'm on ice. I'm sliding around, I can kind of... Okay, that's gonna... Fuck me! And the main point of it was that, you know, we can physically tether characters to stuff, and they have to actually work to, you know, move it. Or they could get coat hangered, like that. Or they could get pulled over, you know, like if I kind of yank this guy's pizzle. No, he's not going to fall over. Wow, why is it so much stretchier on you, you little shit? Anyway, you could imagine like a bunch of characters chained together. And, you know, we can drag things up. Well, it's kind of resisting that, but whatever. Yeah. So anyway, it works well with slopes, but then it just falls apart on like stairs, right? Like it just doesn't work on stairs. And then there's also like, yeah, going up tiny little slopes causes like a hitch, which is annoying because it's like, it's very obvious that it's like not a character walking. Jumping works fine. Jumping's like fully accounted for. Like if I go up onto this floating platform with a ball on it that's twisting around. Okay, maybe that's not the best example, but yeah. So like it's fully within the physics engine. There's no faking of weight or like when you jump. If you're on a seesaw and you jump, it'll push the seesaw down as much as you push up. There's no like made up forces. But so the ball idea, it worked okay, but then I was thinking like, what if we replaced the ball with like 2 feet that just do this, essentially. And that's kind of where we're at the moment, but it's a bit more complicated because, well, it just is. So like just getting a character to kind of like stabilize. Yeah, it's a bit more involved because like the legs are like two pistons, and the pistons can rotate around here, but then it's like all these forces counteracting, and it's just, yeah, it's a whole thing. So that's my idea, but essentially once it's doing this, then it can just walk up stairs super easy, or walk up slopes and like, you know, grip slopes and stuff. And then for characters crawling, we just do it with 4 limbs, you know? We just do it with the hands and the feet, and then we can do... we can do... Yeah, I don't know. Something. We can do something. Anyway, that's what I've been working on. And then aside from that, I need to work on my plugin, because everyone's like, when's the plugin? When are you doing the water shit on the fucking plugin-y thing? So basically, I made like a water simulation thing of water. And these particles are just visualized inside. Is this rain high map or full 3D texture? This is a height map with meshes just stuck in it. So meshes here. Landscape here. But it's like, it's dynamically, like if I do this, you know, then the water adjusts. You sent it because maybe they stole it from you? I mean, look, you could argue, right, that like I was doing this stuff like 6-7 months ago, 6-7. And like they would have been working on it maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and they're like, you know, no, I mean it's pretty well explored tech. I mean, Fluid Flux and Fluid Ninja do a very similar thing. But I haven't really seen many of them do, like, dynamic rain sim. As you bake the mesh into the height map. So we use... if you know about runtime virtual textures... Also, there might be an ad. I think there's an ad playing. Let me get the rain going. Adge. Hard edging. Oops. No, that's not the coffee. Alright, I think the ad should be done. Yeah, but basically, if you just like put a tiny bit of water everywhere, then you get like realistic rain runoff. If you implement it, you know, in the shader. So, you know, I'll have water running down here, building up in this little crevice, and then from that crevice, it'll be going off somewhere else, running down the side of this, building up in, you know, puddles and all that kind of stuff. And none of that is like predefined. It's not like a predefined simulation point. It's just like, here's our height map, which, if we look at the rendertage, well, this is where this is the water depth. That's the water wetness. And that's the water normals. He's rid of it. So it uses, you can see it. Dramatic. We use runtime virtual textures, so it essentially takes like a top-down orthographic screenshot of the landscape and meshes, and then writes that depth buffer just to an, you know, to a texture in like a big array of textures. And then we can read that, you know, generated texture inside our thingamajigs. So that's the height map that gets used, and that's why when we move you know, if I move something around. Oh, let me go to like a place. As you can see, the water affects the foliage. You know, it's a funny little extra. And then the wind affects the water. The wind can affect the water. Like this explosion here affects the water. It's all interlinked, man. It's all, you know, it's all, fucking, it's all a conspiracy. Interlinked. What was I even fucking showing again? I got no idea. She fights exactly. What's my FPS actually? Stat FPS when I'm here. 50 FPS with these like quadrillion particles running. Kill me. But yeah, the height map. Sorry, I was talking about the height map and then I just forgot. Whenever you move something, it'll update the runtime virtual texture. So, you know, I can like have this emerge out of here. And like at the cost of updating the runtime virtual texture, which isn't ideal, but you know, we can like do like a big thing rising out of the fucking ruins or whatever. Or like going back down. You know. Looks really good. Touch setting a bit worse from first person. It doesn't really matter where you view it from. I mean, obviously the particles are a bit, you know, spasticated, but you know, if we're like here and maybe a bit more FOV'd, like this, then you know, this is what it looks like. Or what it could look like. I mean, the shader that that I've implemented isn't like, it's just minimum kind of, it's the bare minimum to visualize what it's doing, like the actual water shader. Updating the render target based on the camera location in the editor. No, it's locked to this character. So you can see underneath all the particles, there's the blue ocean, which is just a pure shader fallback. And then the orange is the emulated ocean waves, which is essentially, it's running the same code as this, but it's rendering it to a render target so that we can access it, you know, for all these particles and whatnot. And then there's the pink zone, the pink foam zone around the character, which is fully simulated water. Oh, my character's moving against my will. Well, kill me dead. But yeah, that's the gist of it. So that'll be ready, I don't know, whenever the fuck it's ready. There's just a few, like, optimizations that I want to do before it actually, like, ships, you know? Like, important optimizations. In the edit. Well, the it can't run in the editor. You can't actually run the plugin in the editor. Oh, you have to simulate. Could you do a ground erosion simulation for water to form natural rivers and rocks baked? Yes. I mean, that's what I would do. But this is more to do with the... I mean, like, the end goal, right? Is there no ocean there? No, no, it's not drawing to the thing. The end goal is essentially to... You know, for all the terrain and whatnot, do some, you know, funky shit. Then for, like, rivers... Because if I move away from here... Then you'll just see that, like, rivers are just really simple splines. Just really simple, like, straight-up spline thingos. Maybe I need to move even further away. Yeah, literally just like stock standard spline. With some extra bullshit going on, but just ignore that for now. It's not relevant. Can I not? No, I can't control Z that. But ideally we would run some kind of... I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to do an offline, you know, simulation, because then it rules out, you know, procedurally generated terrain or runtime generated terrain, or, you know, I want to place a river here in the game and then... But yeah, basically you'd want to get this, however this looks at a certain flow rate, you'd want to bake that down into, you know, a velocity map and a height displacement map. And then at a distance, instead of using a flat spline plane, you would use that, you know, that kind of pre-rendered thing. And then as you get closer, you'd use that pre-rendered thing as the input. So the edge input and the... I don't even know what I call it here. Like the kind of flow assist. Where like we kind of very gently lerp. It's like with the waves. We very gently lerp in here the water simulation towards the kind of Gerstner wave stuff that we got going on. Just to kind of ease it and make it a bit more dynamic and controlled, I guess. Did you make this water yourself? You made the water plugin. This is all custom. Yeah, nothing to do with the water plugin. Water plugin uses render targets to sculpt the landscape or something. Uses much V around 8. Yeah, no. What they do with the water plugin, at least one of the things they do with the water plugin, is that for any like intersection of like rivers to lakes and that kind of stuff, they have like a unique render target just to print and blend the velocities together for the flow maps. Which is just way overkill, because you can just like... I just do it with runtime virtual textures. Like, I mean, that's not it, but... yeah. Does Unreal have default? Can you add a rope to your game to climb with? I will be adding rope. So rope fans rejoice. Rope enthusiasts, there will be rope. Was it only working a circle around here? Yes. It's locally bound to the, well, whatever position you want. But you can extend that bounds. But yeah, I've enabled it to zoom out super giga far. And this will obviously be feathered properly, but you can see here, it's that fallback river stuff. And then as I move closer, it becomes the simulated water. Same with like the ocean. If I look over here, I mean, this is a bit just janky, full stop. But as I move over here, it becomes the simulated shit. But yeah, I mean, if you were in first person... Oh, fuck. Or like third person, you know. It's like not too bad. Plus, we're seeing purple and blue. Are they the fastest ones or are they just all of them? They are... I think the black ones are the ones that have left the water. So those are ones that would be like big splashy kind of looking things. And then I think the blue and the purple are just directions or a velocity maybe. I can't even remember what the colors mean. I'm pretty sure it goes black when it's left the water though. Because that's how I'll be doing the particles. Like the splash particles. There won't be this many. That's like insane. But we basically randomly spawn particles everywhere and have them follow the velocities of the water. And then they just naturally coalesce, you know, at the crests of the waves and stuff. We don't have to, like, analyze, oh, where is there a wave front? Spawn a million particles and do that for every pixel, every frame. It's just, like, randomly put them everywhere and they'll kind of figure themselves out over time. Whilst behaving exactly how we'd need them to behave. Like, yeah, that looks pretty dope. Can you get rid of black particles? Well, yes. I mean, these won't look like dots when I've actually implemented it. They'll look like, you know, big splashes, big explodey splashes and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I can just get rid of, let me just get rid of the particles entirely. So this is like with none of those, you know, little particles. This is just raw dog water. It's not as exciting. It's not as violent, you know. Question about virtual textures. Yes. Yeah. It's Eulerian simulated with particle light on top of bubbles and splashes. Yes, exactly. It's, it is all just a grid-based shallow water equation thinger. Enable light maps to use VT, can that cause a performance issue? Light maps to use virtual textures. I don't know. I've never used baked lighting. But yeah, anyway, that's my water shit. It'll get there. One day there will be water. And then one day there'll be physical characters with physical feet on top of ships that are rocking due to buoyancy in the water shit, the runtime water stuff. With like water on the ship. Like with its own like ship deck simulation. We know concaving coastal waves. Doing like concaving waves isn't actually that. Oh, I say it's not that difficult. You can essentially do like a kind of vertex. It's almost like a curve lookup table where it like does this, and then it deforms like this, and then it comes back. And it's just like, you know, running a sine wave and whatever. It's pretty much impossible to do it with a real-time simulation. But I mean, like, obviously not every game needs completely dynamic everything thingos. What do you most Gertner's FFT or others? It's kind of both. So I feel like the distortion isn't very. But yeah, it's a combination. Ocean Manager. There is the. So there's Gerstner waves. Ignore the really fucked up resolution. Let me do it here. I think these are, yeah, okay. So there's Gerstner waves. They're time distorted Gerstner waves. So instead of doing Gerstner waves in every direction, I just put that down to 0. And that down to 0. So this is the Gersties. It's probably still way too low res, but whatever. So they're Gerstner waves, but they're all moving in the same direction because they're moving radially. So they all radiate from world origin. But we can then create coastal waves by using these giant ass, you know, splines. So it's like a vector field or like a distance field. And then we use that distance field to do these like coastal waves. They're all coming in towards the coast and they're coming in this way. And then we can do like a dot product so that, you know, the backside of an island. Because waves kind of curve around. So we kind of can emulate that to some degree. And then we just blend between the deep ocean waves, which they're supposed to just follow the wind direction, which in my game is always towards world origin, but then at the coast, they kind of curl in towards coast. So that's Gerstner waves, but then there's a FFT flipbook. So this is just offloaded to a texture, which is rendered in Blender. So if I just turn the Gerstners down. So there's this one here, which I call the macro omni waves. So it's an omnidirectional, you know, FFT doodad. And then there's the microwaves, which is just that same flipbook, but played a bit faster and at a smaller scale. So that's microwaves. And these ones also don't affect buoyancy. Yeah, I literally watched Ghislaine's video about the flipbook. Because I was just like, I need like more. Like, I like this because it's like, yeah, the shore waves and stuff. It's like exactly how, you know, they should look. But then, like, it just needed more pizzazz. So, like, you've got these kind of, like, kind of weird, ugly, repetitive waves. But then you just, like, zhuzh them up a bit. And it looks a lot more convincing. And then you zhuzh it up more, and it's like, whoa, bro. We got choppy waters. If they use tutorial, flipbook, then I guess. Yeah. Doing the flipbook is like, especially like because I'm, you know, utilizing the same flipbook twice in the one thing. Like, it's only, you know, like, but just playing at a different rate, it takes up the same amount of memory. I think it is a 4K flipbook, which isn't even that bad. It's a single 4K texture to do all the FFT shit. It also means that if you keep a copy of the flipbook on the CPU, or like a lower res array, like just, you know, just sample all the values offline, put them in an array or a 2D array with the height values, then you can mimic the flipbook, you know, the flipbook's height, the water height, or the water height offset on the CPU by just, you know what the water time is, you know what the play rate of the flipbook is, you know the amplitude of the flipbook, you know, waves. And so you can, you know, completely accurately predict what effect that's going to have. And then you can do the same thing with the Gerstner waves, because again, it's just, you know, spit out put in a position and a time, and it will say, you know, what is the offset of the mesh supposed to be. So for like really distant things, is it reading a texture on the CPU slow? Reading a render target on the CPU is slow, but you can store a texture beforehand on the CPU. Because if you think about a texture, it's just an array of RGB values, RGBA values, in just a big long list that's read from top left to right, line by line. So, yeah, you could even just like I've done it before, make a data asset, and in the editor, sample, you know, get the value of the texture at every pixel and just put that in a big array. And then when you want to get the value of the texture, you just look up what's the X and Y coordinate and it'll spit it out for you. But you can do the same thing with, let's say like you've got a landscape. Oh, let me snooze the ad. Fucking mic, piece of shit. Let's say you've got like a landscape, and then you've got like a cloud noise texture that you're just like top-down projecting over the map for where, like, when it rains, puddles appear here. So, you know, at the white parts of a texture, and, you know, it tiles every 2,000 units. And, you know, when it is raining 100%, or when the puddles value is 100%, on surfaces that are facing upwards, you know, vertex, normals, blah, 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 you can get that value on the CPU if you know what the texture looks like. Because you can just run the same, you know, at this location, you know, using a height lerp for the puddles value. Is there a puddle here? Or should there be a puddle here currently or not? And then, if yes, then make the splash, you know? So you're just whatever logic you're running in the shader to do the visuals, if you can replicate that logic on the CPU, then you can essentially, like, you know, query shaders without actually, like, messaging back and forth the GPU. You just trust that you got the math right on the CPU and the GPU separately. And then, you know, it'll just work out. And it's the same theory with, yeah, how you do buoyancy on the CPU. It's like, well, I just know that at this position, at this time, the wave will be at this height. And my character is currently below that height, therefore give them an upward buoyant force, and that's it. Hey, add blue purple particles on the water and match with the mover. Can you show me real quick? It's quite involved. Basically, we know. Here's the velocities of the waves, right? Well, of the emulated waves, for one. And then the simulated waves are here. This is their velocities. So, because these are just render targets, you know, we're just chilling in GPU land, we can just be like, hey, every particle, you know, if you are on top or below the water, then add velocity equal to wherever you would be on this map. So if we then go to water, we go to here, and I turn it back on, then, you know, this particle here is looking up, you know, where am I on this map? And what's the velocity of the water? And then it will just, they all end up doing their thing. And then we also take the normals of the water into account. So if they're on a slope, they move a little bit faster, which is how they all coalesce, you know, at the wavefront and stuff. Where am I doing the, that's the thing, particle state, get simulation, emulation data, particle buoyancy. And then there is the color, it's divided by physics force, we add that, new physics force, physics drag. Color is determined by Right, whether it's in the water or not. Right, because once it's out of the water, that's why they go black. Once they're out of the water, we stop applying more force to it. So this is the applied force, not the current velocity. Yeah. So that's why they're going black. Because they're just free. They're free balling. Ghost of a big body is in a separate wave mask near shores. Yeah, well, there's just like the global Gerstners. But then there's like this here. But obviously the RVT volume is not set properly, I guess. But we can do, yeah, like shore waves using a spline. Which isn't going to update in play for some reason. But yeah, like this, basically. For artistic control? Yeah, exactly. Like being able to hand determine where it goes and also have like multiple of them. Because I remember in Fluid Flux, you can only really have one like island because it's like just a render target. Whereas in this, we can just be like, hey, let's get like another thing and put it over here. I mean, I don't even know where the fucking... Is that the RVT volume there? Bro, I don't even know. I guess it's that corner. So yeah, we can like put an island here. And it'll be like, yeah, like the waves go into the island. The shore waves, I mean. But it also means that it can work with like runtime generated islands. Like if you know, have an island and you can get the border of the island and just make this spline and just add it at runtime. It'll update the runtime virtual texture and then the waves will do that. The other thing is that we use this spline to, you know how I was talking about like the CPU, you know, you just predict what the Gerstner waves would be doing at that position. We can do the exact same thing using this spline. So if we are within the bounds of the spline, what is the distance from, you know, the nearest spline point to where we are? You know, this position, and that's, you know, we're just running a sine wave or a Gerstner wave over the gradient here. So you can see, if I just fuck this off, no, it won't move. Basically, it's lightest over here and deepest over here. And so we use that gradient to run the actual Gerstner wave in there. Yo, Stevie! Stevie Ray. Hello, hello, hello. How's it going? Welcome, everyone. We were just, I was actually going to wrap up, and then Redbeard raided me, and I was like, oh, I'll show you what we've been working on. And then I got distracted, showing what I was working on, and now you've raided me, and I feel like I'm just going to do the same 15-minute, you know, what I'm working on thing again. But, you know, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, we're having fun. Yeah, literally stun locked. Yeah. Well, for those of you that haven't been in before, this is the Prismatiscape water update. Prismatiscape 2.0 water, the watering. Which is essentially just a big fluidy sim Lots of fluids, lots of sims. Which just, it follows you around, you know? Wherever we go, the water is real-time simulated. Which is fun. Very fun. Very swag. But it's like, it's fake. Well, it's not fake, it's just like... The pink zone is where... Oh my god, what did I just do? What just happened to my... Wait, why is the wind doing that? Oh my god. I'm very confused. I feel like there was a divide by zero happening somewhere. Well, we fixed it. But yeah, these little particles are just visualizing the forces that are enacted on particles by the water. So it's like a buoyancy test for GPU particles, not for like gameplay stuff, just for cool things. But it means like we could have a tree, and then the leaves are falling off the tree, and then when the leaves hit the water, they flow down the water, you know? Or into the ocean. There's probably not many. Anyway. But yeah, it's very mesmerizing to kind of just doodle around with. It's rising. Why is it skitzing so much? Yeah. I reckon I've wasted like 50 hours just doodling with this. It's just, yeah, I enjoy it. Oh, now my character's getting moved along. But yeah, the height map can update at runtime, and it's like, it's cool. I think it's cool. Six guys as a flood, you see. Yeah, true. They actually did. I think their water sim. I can't remember if it was CPU or GPU driven. But I remember it took the buildings into account. You could like kind of build a wall. If there was like a flood, it would flow around buildings and stuff. So maybe it was GPU bound or GPU run. Can kind of see where it, you know, where it really starts and where it fake starts. If we zoom all the way out, obviously. Which I don't think we'd really be doing. I've also got it set to be raining currently, so. Hit a sample the high map of runtime RVT. You can just sample RVT in Niagara. They added that a couple of versions ago. So we've just got like a normal RVT that our landscape and, you know, other landscape props are drawing to. So that gives us our, you know, top-down height map looking thing. And then we can just read from that in Niagara. And that's how we get, you know, the height map for the water to flow over. But yeah, aside from that, we would most of today going over. So I had this like character movement prototype. Oh my god, ignore the particles. It was like a physical character movement. So like, oh god, okay, well I'm just gonna die. Yep, great. Can I just like move them down a bit? That would be gross. Okay. Oop. Yeah, so we have this old prototype of yeah, like a fully physical character movement with no thrusting forces. So everything is like accounted for, and we can like drag things around, and they, you know, give us resistance and we resist it and all that kind of stuff. Or we can drag. Can I move over there? No, I don't. No. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Actually, what if I... Nope, nope. Really, it should be attaching to the center of gravity. But yeah, anyway, my next idea... Oh god, I'm not going to make it of that. Instead of using a ball, which... The ball works really well on, like, flat ground, you know? But it just completely falls apart, like, on stairs. Or, like, slopes. It's kind of really hard to work with. Swing this guy around. Ooh. Ooh. No. Oh, my God. So, yeah, my next idea is to... mess around with feet. We're doing feet stuff. Pay for this ball and decide you to look at it under hood. I mean, I'll probably give that one... I'll just upload it somewhere. Because, like, it's not really relevant to what I want to do. But, yeah, so... The next idea is to do feet. Wrong button. So character stabilizing on feet. We don't need knees, because we can just simplify the knee as like a piston. So it's just a leg with retractable length. And then, yeah, the feet do feet things, and it's, you know. It should work a lot better once it is... Once I've figured it out. But I'm just not. I'm not at the figured out stage yet. It's just a bit of a nightmare of just like math and like what is the rotation and like transforming to local and global. I don't know. Absolute nightmare. But yeah. So that's what I've been working on. Hope that interests everyone. Oh, so what were you working on, Stevie? Fake Windows 95 laptop right now. Hell yeah. Space Job Sim? Nice. Nice. That's cool as. Yeah, true. I hate working with UI. It's just, it's so... I don't know. It's just a whole thing. It's just a whole damn thing that I just don't. I don't know. I don't vibe widgets. Call me a bigot, because I just can't stand those damn widgets. Yeah, very finicky. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skadood. I think we're gonna be raiding Boom. We start the raid. But anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks for everyone that raided. Very appreciated. I hope you guys learned something. I feel like the majority of what we learn during these streams is like what not to do. You know, don't. The lesson for you guys is don't do physical character movement. It's not worth it. But like, I'll take that bullet. I'll take one for the team by like, I'll give it everything I can, even though the conclusion is going to be don't do it. But like, just so there's like proof, just so someone's done it. Someone has to do the feat. So yeah, someone needs to do the foot stuff. The wheel exists. The wheel has already been invented, but we're doing the hyper wheel, you know? You've seen a wheel in 3 dimensions, but have you seen a wheel in 4 dimensions? That's what we're, that's where we're going. Enjoy those brownies. I will. I'll have one more brownie tonight. If I have too much sugar before bed, I have really weird dreams. But anyway, we're raiding Boom. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Goodbye. See ya. And to all the YouTubers, thanks for watching, and goodbye.